We are prepared to go forward. Hopefully you've had a good weekend, and it always is so short. We have the witness, Mr. Masterson, back on the stand for the fourth time. Mr. Franzel, let's go ahead and complete his testimony, if you would, please.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Do you mind if I put this right now? Thank you. Just give me a second to set up here. Okay, thank you. On Friday, I asked you about the February 15th interview with Michael Herman at the station. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you whether he told you in that interview whether Ms. Harwick was still screaming when he ran out of the house.
Yes.
And you testified that you couldn't recall.
Correct.
And then I was looking for the page in the transcript, but I couldn't find it, and I said I'd come back to it, right?
Okay, yes.
So I was able to find the page in the transcript. May I approach?
Yes.
What page? Page 30. Although I think that the PDF of the transcript says each page is 3. So it's page 30, starting at line 8, going to page 31, line 20. Line 24. So if you could start from there. And just look up when you're done, please. Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat, yes.
And isn't it true that in that interview at the station on the 15th, he told you that she was still screaming when he ran out of the house?
When he ran out of the house, yes.
Correct, okay. So I have the clip of that interaction that I'd like to mark as defense next in order.
Objection to witness.
Yeah, what foundation have you established? He is acknowledged he's done
No,
it.
this is impeaching Mr. Herman. This is not impeaching the detective. This is just a...
Hold on. Let's approach on sidebar.
Now, on Friday, you also testified about what Mr. Herman said during the walkthrough before the interview at the station. And that during that walkthrough conversation at 2886 Mound, that he also said that she was screaming when he left. Remember that?
I'm sorry, I know what I just refreshed during the interview, but I can't say for certain that's what he said through the walkthrough.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of the walkthrough?
It might.
This is page 28. Line 7.
Okay.
And if you could just read all the way to 29, line 2.
Okay, so that, come back up here. Okay.
And then there's one more section, line 31, or page 31, starting at line 12 down to line 22.
And this is a transcript of
Yes,
the same transcript,
correct.
starting at line 12.
Starting at line 12 on page 31. Okay, so did that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
And in that walkthrough that morning on the 15th of February, Mr. Herman told you multiple times that he could still hear her screaming as he left the house.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to play those clips of Mr. Herman telling the detective that, Your Honor. They're incredibly short clips.
I'm going to object to the editorials. My objection is improper impeachment. The witness has been impeached.
Well, he said he remembers it somewhat. This was different than his last answer, so I'm going to allow it because he characterized it as such. Go ahead.
What's the next in order, Your Honor?
You are W squared, if you would.
All right. W squared. So I'm marking a CD as W squared, and I'm marking the transcript WW1. Get this set up, please. That's right. Just want to open the file. This one for you.
Thank you.
All right, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes.
And this is you at 2086 Mounds on the 15th of February before you interviewed Mr. Herman at the station, right?
Yes.
Please play.
By now, hearing the screams were, how far are you?
I'm going to let the CD go like that.
Now, hearing the screams were, how far How do you can't hear the screaming?
I don't know. I just heard them when I still left the door.
When you walk out the door,
I just had them like coming out. I still hear them.
You still hear the scream. And when you're
I have a CD in my hand that likes Marcus XX, and the transcript I like Marcus XX1.
She was still yelling.
Okay, so, sir, do you recognize this still image?
Yes.
And is it also Mr. Herman on the 15th at Community 6 Pound?
Yes.
Sorry, she was still yelling. Okay, she was yelling.
I'll let this CD load. I'll go back to the start.
Okay, it's yelling the whole time. I'm telling you, that's why I knew. I knew that there was somebody else in here.
okay. Now this is kind of strange. But can you yell like she? Like what did it sound like to you? Okay. Just a panic yell.
Yeah.
She didn't say like stop, don't. She didn't yell a name. Nothing. With words. It was just the sounds.
Yeah.
The sounds of the scream. Okay. And so.
All right, so on Friday, I asked you about the phone call from Michael Herman that occurred on the 20th of February 2020.
Yes.
The recording of that call was 21 minutes and 44 seconds long.
I don't know how long it was.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the video or look at the recording? Late.
It might.
Showing you a file titled Michael Herman 2020.m4a. Can you see here the length of the recording?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so the call was 21 minutes and 44 seconds long, right?
That's what it shows on your computer. Yes.
And you previously testified that the very beginning of the call was not recorded, right?
They got talking about the voicemail or the call?
The call. This is the call that you received, and then you put it on speakerphone so that Detective Carranza could also listen.
Correct.
When you're in a car.
Yes.
So the very beginning was not recorded, right?
Correct.
But once Mr. Herman started talking about the facts related to the case, you put the call on speakerphone and started recording.
Yes.
Now, at the end of the call, before turning the recording off, Detective Carranza made a record that it was 3:58 p.m. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
All right. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
It might.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the detective page 20 of the transcript that is titled Michael Herman via telephone, and showing the detective, if you please could just read from line 22 of page 20 down to line 27. Did that refresh your recollection, sir?
Somewhat.
And the Detective Carranza read into the recording that you were ending the call at 3:58 p.m., right?
Yes.
And so the call began at 3:36 p.m.
Yes.
On Friday, I asked you whether you remembered when you made various items of evidence available to Ms. Bernstein-Lev and the investigator, Christopher Nicely. Do you recall that now?
Do I recall you asking me those questions, or do I recall?
The latter. Do you recall them coming over and you making the evidence available for them? Mr. Avila was also there.
Not really, no.
On Friday, I asked you about some preservation requests. I just have a couple clarification questions. So you personally never sent a preservation request to Google for the Nest camera footage?
I did not, no.
And you didn't direct anyone to send a preservation request to Google for the Nest camera footage?
No, I did not.
On the 20th of May, 2020, Detective Carranza sent Twitter a preservation letter for certain records from Mr. Purshouse's Twitter account. Do you recall that? You were the affiant on the search warrant?
I recall being the affiant of the search warrant, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the search warrant?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so this is page 1
Mm-hmm.
for signature of affiant.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just look at page 2, here and here. And look up on your time, please.
And down to here.
All the way down to there. It's just that.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, yeah, I guess I have a recollection of the search warrant, but I think you were asking me another question about a certain date.
Right. So you were the affiant of the search warrant, and within that search, did you review the search warrant that you signed your name to?
Back then? Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And part of that search warrant included information that on the 20th of May, 2020, 2 preservation requests went out, right?
I didn't see that in what I just read.
May I approach again?
All right, this is getting cumbersome. Let's try to improve the efficiency on this. Go ahead and approach.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
All right. So page 2. See here, preservation requested.
Okay. Yes.
And then here, preservation.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
No. Did you get a good look at it? Yes. Okay. So, seems like your recollection is refreshed now. Detective, there was a preservation letter emailed on the 20th of May, 2020, to Twitter for certain records from Mr. Purshouse's account, right?
Yes.
And on the same day, the 20th of May, 2020, a preservation letter was sent for certain records associated with his Instagram account.
Yes.
You interviewed Hernando Chavez on February 18th, 2020, right?
My partner and I, yes.
In that interview, Dr. Hernando Chavez told you that other people heard the statement, "You ruined my life, bitch." Right?
That's not my recollection of the statement, no.
In that interview, Hernando Chavez told you that he did not personally hear that statement.
That's not my recollection of the statement, no.
So your testimony today is that Hernando Chavez did tell you that he personally heard Gareth Pursehouse say, "You ruined my life, bitch."
Objection, argumentative.
No room.
My recollection of his statement that day was that he did not hear the beginning or the middle of the argument. He only heard the end of the argument. That he heard some comments, and that the way I understood his statement was the beginning and the middle, that he wasn't there for. He was told what was said to him by Amie, and I can't remember, he used a term for the other person. But then he talks about hearing other statements.
So I have a very specific question. In the interview with Hernando Chavez, he never told you that he personally heard Gareth Pursehouse say, "You ruined my life, bitch." Isn't that true?
Objection, vague as phrased.
Oh, you can explain too. Like,
I'm just focusing on that specific statement, not other statements.
The way he said it, and the way I understood what he said during the interview, was that he heard certain things. He couldn't give a verbatim what was said, but he had heard certain things, and he was told other things.
My question is only about this very specific phrase. Okay? So in that interview with Hernando Chavez, he told you that other people, and not himself, were the ones that heard this specific phrase from Mr. Pursehouse, "You ruined my life, bitch."
Objection, just compound as.
is that correct, yes or no?
But I'm object this compound as phrase.
Then rephrase it, counsel.
Hernando Chavez told you that he was not the one who heard the statement, "You ruined my life, bitch."
Is that correct?
I don't think that is correct.
Okay.
All right.
So you testified in the preliminary hearing in this case, right?
I did.
And isn't it true that your testimony at the preliminary hearing was different than your testimony here today?
Vague as to what's different.
Exactly. Sustain.
In your preliminary hearing testimony, you testified, "I read the transcript of the interview with this is page 54, line 25. I read the transcript of the interview with Mr. Herman. I watched the video. I read the summary that was written of our interview, along with the notes in the chronological records." Then you were asked, "And did you tell him whether or not you found a statement from Mr. Chavez in which he told you he personally heard Mr. Pursehouse say, 'You ruined my life, bitch'?" You then testified, "I did not find the statement, 'You ruined my life, bitch,' but there was another statement that I believe he attributes to hearing, and that is why I wanted to look at the entire transcript." You were asked, "The portion I just asked you about,
What page is this?
54, line 14 to 16, and on." Then you were asked, "The portion I just asked you about, Dr. Chavez never told you he personally heard that. Is that correct?" And you answered, "Correct." Right?
Yes.
So you, in the preliminary hearing, you testified that Hernando Chavez that Hernando Chavez told you he never personally heard that statement.
At the preliminary hearing, that is what I said, yes.
And in this February interview with Mr. Chavez, you and Detective Carranza actually had a whole conversation where you impressed upon him the need to have an actual witness to that statement, right?
I don't think we impressed upon him that we were looking for a witness to that actual statement. I think we were just looking for as close to somebody who heard as much of the argument as possible.
And isn't it true that in the preliminary hearing you testified that we would like to find somebody who heard more of the conversation. And you testified that that was the general context of the conversation, that finding that person that heard that statement.
Objection, compound.
That's a little different than what you just represented, counsel. We'd like to hear somebody that heard more of that conversation. He didn't make it as specific as you did.
No,
That's different.
isn't it true that you testified, and I quote,
What page are we looking at? And for the record, the page 54 that was read before, that's for volume 6.
All right.
So, this is page 55, volume 6. You were asked, as a matter of fact, at the end of your interview with Dr. Chavez, both you and Detective Carranza impressed upon him the need to have an actual witness to what was said prior to his arrival during the conversation between Dr. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse. Is that correct? And you answered, I would say that we did talk about, we would like to find somebody who heard more of the conversation. I don't think we said we need to have that, but yes, other than that, that's the general context of the conversation at the end there. So the general context, that's you testified to that, right? That was your testimony from the preliminary hearing.
Yes.
And so, isn't it true that you had a kind of detailed back and forth with Mr. Chavez about how you wanted him to find that witness?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
And you testified, yeah, and that's what. If it wasn't for covering this angle and of what happened that night, we wouldn't push it. But I think it's going to be a key to successful prosecution. That's what you testified to, right?
Objection, which line is he testifying to that?
20 to 24 of page 55.
That's a question by an attorney.
Oh, and your answer, that sounds like something I said, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said.
For the record, that's a question by a defense attorney.
Yes, exactly. You were asked this question. Do you recall telling Dr. Chavez, yeah, and that's what, if it wasn't for covering this angle and of what happened that night, we wouldn't push it. But I think it's going to be a key to successful prosecution. So in that question, the defense attorney was quoting you in the interview, right?
I'm going to object as counsel's now testifying.
Why are you saying right? If it's incorrect, I'm sure the witness will correct him. Is that correct?
Well, I can't sit here today and tell you exactly what I said that many years ago. But I noticed on both of those questions that you asked me that you're using part of the question seeming like it's part of what I said, when all I was trying to do was get from the witness what they heard, what was going on, and if they didn't have all the information, was there other witnesses that could provide additional information to what was going on at the red carpet?
So you just said that you can't exactly recall exactly what you said in the interview with Mr. Chavez. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
Again, it might. This is many years ago.
Showing transcript of the interview with Hernando Chavez, page 28, line 4 to 7. Please look up when you're done. And just for additional context, just so that there's no question of whether that section is being taken out of context, could you also read page 27 from the top, from line 1 all the way down? Okay, sir, did that refresh your recollection?
Some.
And isn't it true that that question that was asked of you was just a quote from your interview, that you specifically said, yeah, and that's what? And if it wasn't for covering this angle of what happened that night, we wouldn't push it. But I think it's going to be a key to successful prosecution. That's what you said in the interview.
That was part of what I said in that interview. Yes,
Right,
we were
but-
talking about what, who was at the red carpet and who heard what, and if we could find people that saw this event and saw what happened and heard what was said, all that would go toward the investigation.
And you were telling Hernando Chavez you needed somebody who would say, I was there, this is what I saw, right?
An eyewitness would be great, yes.
And it was specifically in the context of hearing this statement.
Well, hearing a statement and other statements, I don't know. We're still investigating this thing and trying to figure out what happened.
Right, and the whole reason that you were asking for this friend of the information for this friend of Mr. Chavez is because he told you he wasn't the one who heard that statement.
You keep,
I'm gonna check that.
counsel, you keep trying to insinuate that it is this witness's statement that he would like other people that heard statements and so forth to say that he was looking for other people that heard that statement and that therefore he didn't hear it all, Mr. Chavez. He's already explained it to you, so ask your next question if you would.
It's not an insinuation, Your Honor. It's what's in the transcript.
No, that's the way the court interprets it. Anyway, let's move on.
Now, you also talked to Hernando Chavez about the second conversation that Ms. Harwick had with Gareth, right?
What do you mean the second conversation?
At the XBiz Awards.
I understand the exhibit was. I don't understand what you mean by second conversation.
At the XBiz Awards on January 16th, 2020, there was an encounter between Mr. Pursehouse and Ms. Harwick, right?
Yes.
And they had a conversation.
Objection foundation as to this witness.
Oh, I mean, overruled. Were you aware that there was a second conversation that took place?
Well, I'm not sure what he means by a second conversation, Your Honor. I know that
There was
There
an
was the
initial
encounter-
conversation when they first met each other,
yes.
when they first ran into each other, and then there was a subsequent conversation that occurred. Did you know that? Right at the scene of the awards show.
If he's referring to it, they walk away together.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all. I just didn't understand if
Yeah.
that's what he meant by a second conversation.
All right.
At the end of the night, right, at the end of the XBiz Awards.
Okay, yes.
And you asked Mr. Chavez about that, right?
Well, he told us about it, yes.
You interviewed Mr. Chavez,
Yes,
and you asked him what happened,
yes,
and he told you about this second conversation at the end of the night.
yes,
He told you that 5 to 10 minutes after Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse left to have this second conversation, he went to the room that they were talking in.
yes,
And during that conversation, that he was sitting in the same room as the two of them.
yes,
That he was sitting there for 45 minutes.
yes,
That he could see them talking on the bench.
yes,
That he could see their body language during the conversation.
yes.
And that eventually he got tired of sitting there.
Tired of sitting and waiting, yes.
So he went over to Miss Harwick and said, I think we need to go.
Yes,
You and Detective Carranza interviewed Aspen Jameson in Henderson, Nevada on the 28th of October 2021.
yes.
You wrote a report about that interview.
There's a statement report, yes.
Did you review that report?
I did.
And it included all the important details from the interview with Miss Jameson.
I believe so.
It was complete, true, and accurate.
Yes,
9 days prior to the interview, on the 19th of October 2021, you spoke with Aspen Jameson on the phone.
yes,
That phone call was not recorded.
no, it was not.
You took handwritten notes of that conversation.
I did.
In your notes, you included biographical details, including her name, date of birth, phone number, that kind of thing.
Yes,
And those notes also included notes about what was discussed in the call, right?
somewhat, yes.
And your notes make a list of what was discussed.
Yes.
You spoke to her about what happened at the XBiz show.
No, not really.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your notes?
No, I don't think so.
In your notes, you write that she was introduced to Miss Harwick, right?
Yes.
That she saw and
I'm
heard.
sorry, that she was introduced.
Correct.
I don't know if I use that term,
Would
introduced.
it refresh your recollection to look at the?
It might.
May I approach?
If you could just look right there.
Mm-hmm.
Did that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you wrote a note, intro to Harwick?
Yes.
By that, perhaps that was my mistake, assuming what intro meant. Did you mean introduced to Harwick?
Yes.
Okay. And that Miss Jameson saw and heard a male.
Yes.
That she heard the phrase, "Why are you here?"
Yes.
That not supportive was also noted.
Yes.
Liar, two-face,
Yes.
got heated, walk away. Right?
Yes.
Nothing in your notes indicate that Miss Jameson told you that she heard the statement, "You ruined my life, bitch."
On the phone call? No, because I didn't go into an interview about what was going on.
Well,
What those little bullet points that are on there, I was asking her to verify, is this the lady that was there at the red carpet? Did you speak with a woman that was there, Amie? I wanted to make sure that that I had the right person that we were talking about, and she knew something about what I wanted to talk about.
So your note saw and heard male. Why are you here? Not supportive. Those are notes that you were taking of what Miss Jameson was telling you about the event, right?
I don't recall if she told me that exactly, or those are just like the things that I was asking her, and I was writing what I'm saying down. Because, like I said, this is sometime after the incident. Dr. Chavez was a little hesitant to provide us her information. He wanted to reach out to her and get her to call us.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. So the heading in your notes, ex-biz red carpet January 2020, that's not to signify that you spoke about that with Ms. Jameson?
Vegas spoke about what?
Well, that subject you just asked about. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
In the center of your handwritten notes, all of those, that whole list is not what Ms. Jameson was telling you on the phone?
Not necessarily. I'm asking her, were you at the X business? Yeah, I was there. Did you meet Amie? So those are kind of my talking points as well.
And so you were asking her, did you hear the phrase, "Why are you here"?
No, I don't think I said that.
That's the phrase "Why are you here" is written in your notes.
Right? And I said, I don't think I said that.
So that was what she told you?
I believe so.
Okay. And not supportive. Were you asking her, with Ms. Jameson, something about Ms. Harwick not being supportive of adult film in the past?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
And liar two-face, you're asking Ms. Jameson if she heard that phrase?
No.
She's telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. And got heated, walk away. Are you asking Ms. Jameson, did they get heated and walk away, or is that what she told you?
I think she said that it was a heated argument, yes.
And so your notes and your testimony, it shows that clearly this phone conversation was not just a logistical conversation, right?
Yes, it was.
But you were just talking about how you were talking about what happened at the Expos Awards, right?
I can't control what somebody says back to me, but my purpose in this call was purely logistical, to get in touch with her, find out if she was the person that we were looking to speak with, and then set up an appointment at her convenience to do an interview.
And my question wasn't what was your purpose. My question is the call, the contents of the call, what was discussed in the call, ended up going into what happened at the Expos Award ceremony, right?
Objection asked and answer and argumentative.
Right. He's just trying to lay a foundation. There's the next question. Go ahead. Is that correct, what he just stated? Go ahead and repeat your question.
Well,
that the call, what you actually did talk about, it did include her memories from the Expos Awards event.
not really. It was like I said, it was just to make sure that she's the person that we wanted to talk to. It wasn't like an interview. Like I didn't ask her this and she said that, and then I asked her this and she said that. It wasn't like that at all.
Isn't it true that in that phone call you asked her whether she heard Mr. Pursehouse say, "You ruined my life, bitch"?
No, I did not.
I have a CD that I'd like to mark this defense next in order.
Yeah, double Y.
Can I see the exhibit? Make sure it's proper information.
Here you go.
Will we approach Your Honor?
Yes.
In the interview with Ms. Jameson, she was telling you about the manner in which Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse walked away from the red carpet, right?
That they walked away, yes.
And when she was describing that, she told you and Detective Carranza, and then I think they just, well, she walked away, and I think he followed. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Let's talk about investigation practices. So interviewing two witnesses together at the same time is not best practices.
It wouldn't be my preferred way, but sometimes that's the way it has to happen.
That's the way it has to happen.
Sure, sometimes.
So, the problem is that the two witnesses can hear each other's statements, right?
Yes,
And then even if it's not intentional, hearing other witnesses' statements can affect your own memory of the event.
affect my memory of the event.
If two people are interviewed together and person A hears what person B is saying, that can affect person A's own memory of the event, just hearing their statement, right?
It could.
And so it's best practices to take statements from witnesses separately, right?
That's the preferable method, yes.
And you were trained in the LAPD homicide manual, right?
Yes.
And the homicide manual specifically instructs in multiple places to separate witnesses, right?
Yes.
On February 16th, 2020, you interviewed Sarah Rollins and Mr. Koshland together in the same interview, right?
Vague as to the number of Robert Koshland's interviews.
Well, well, did you interview them together? I know that you had testified earlier that you interviewed one and then you interviewed the other, but the other one happened to be there for support.
Yes.
Okay, so could you explain that?
So
Hold on, let him explain it.
but my question, Your Honor, was whether he interviewed them together.
Right, and he's going to explain it.
I would object as non-responsive.
No, I'm going to allow him to explain it. You want an answer, he's going to explain it. Go ahead and explain your answer if you want.
They came in together to be interviewed. She was hesitant to meet with us one-on-one and preferred to be with Robert for support. And so we allowed it. I allowed it. I'll take responsibility for that.
Did you interview him at the same time?
No,
Okay.
he was not the subject of the interview. She was.
Right, but they were both witnesses in this case, and the point is you interviewed them together, right?
Correct.
All right, so I have a number of photographs, copies for the people.
Counselor, how much longer do you have for this witness? You said 40 minutes the other day, and it's been almost an
I'm
hour.
having to refresh my recollection on a whole lot.
I understand that. How much longer do you have? The question was.
I think probably 15 minutes.
Okay. You're marking exhibits?
Yes.
You're at double Z right now. YY was YY a CD? Someone help me out on this.
YY was the CD that I wasn't.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
allowed to play.
Okay. Are you going to withdraw that, or
I'll withdraw it if.
we'll mark the next one YY?
Well,
Yes.
I need it to be in the record, so I'd like YY to be in the record.
That'll be courts number 1.
Then we can keep it as YY.
You want to keep it as 1? Then why are you interrupting me? All right, we'll keep it as YY. All right. And we'll make your photographs a ZZ. And you have 1 through what now?
18.
1 through 18. Okay.
And I have the reason I put it on a CD is so all of the photos are on the CD, and I
Okay.
have hard copies. So the CD I'd like to be marked as ZZ, and then the photos 1 through 18.
You want that as A? No, that would have to be ZZ will be the CD. ZZ1 will be 1 through 18. How's that? Would that work, David? Huh? Okay. Yes. All right.
Okay, so I'm showing you a picture of the where the kind of like electrical cable type thing was found. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And so what I'm showing, by the way, is ZZ2.
Relevance to this photograph.
Well, I haven't heard the question yet.
This is an exhibit. Okay, so this is a piece of evidence that was there at the bottom. You can see that there's the evidence marker, right?
Photo ID marker 1, yes.
Photo ID marker 1. And this is where this electrical, or whatever this is, was found, right?
My objection to relevance is we have
I understand.
we have this photo in
The
evidence.
question is, he answered yes. What's your follow-up question to that?
I'm establishing the location that this was found. That's all I'm doing.
Right, but that was already a step. Let's approach. All right, Kills.
Thank you. So the purpose of this is to establish where this piece of evidence was found. So here we are. This is Ivar, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and there's obviously a trash can right here, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to publish a Google map here. Can you please point out where that piece of evidence was found on this Google map? Roughly speaking. There's a wooden stick behind you if you need that.
Do you see the pointer behind you?
I do see it, Your Honor. I'm still trying to orient myself to this photo.
And for the record, no locations are identified on the photo.
Does that help if I zoom in a little bit more? Do you see this 2086 right there?
Yes, yes, I see that. So I'm not familiar with this,
Are you able to tell from this photograph where?
but I believe, Your Honor, it's back over here someplace.
Okay, so let the record reflect that the detective is pointing towards Ivar on the south west side of Ivar, right?
Yes.
And so it was found right next to where the trash cans were out, right?
A few feet away.
And trash collection day for this block of Ivar is on
All right,
Friday.
under 352, the court's going to interpose its own objection. Let's move on, counsel. If that's going to be the nature of your questions that are following these photographs, the court is going to 352 deny the questions. So
I can't ask what day trash day
how does
is.
he know when trash day is?
He can say he doesn't know.
Why are you asking that question, counsel? Let's approach.
I'd like to have you look at what is ZZ6. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And this is how the patio looked on the 15th of February 2020, right?
At the time this photo was taken, yes.
And this photo was taken 15. This is one of the photos that you had taken of the scene.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd just like to zoom in here. Now, this photograph here shows that there's damage to the awning beneath the balcony, right?
Section Vegas, the damage.
Do you understand the question?
I believe I do.
Do you see damage on there?
I see something on the awning. Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to show one more of this with a slightly different angle, Your Honor, and then I'm moving on. So this is ZZ7. Is this, Detective, is this also a photograph that you asked to be taken of the patio on the 15th of February, 2020?
Yes.
Now I'm zooming in, and isn't it true that there is damage to the awning beneath the patio?
Vegas, the damage.
Yeah. Do you see damage on there?
I see something, Your Honor.
Would you
But
characterize it as damage?
I don't recall. I don't remember seeing damage to anything that day, but I see there's something on the awning there.
All right.
Does it at that time of day the awning it was broken in one part there that you can see on the photo, right?
I see something in the photo. Again, I don't remember seeing anything broken or damaged enough that it caught my eye.
And whatever that is in the photograph that you're not sure if it's damaged, whatever that's showing up there though is to the left of the gutter spout, right?
To the left?
As in, it's...
Oh, the downspout.
Yeah, the downspout.
To the left of that downspout.
Correct.
Yes.
Alright, I'd like to show you what is ZZ16. You recognize that? That's the balcony off of her bedroom, right?
Yes.
And I'd like to show you one more photograph of the balcony. This is ZZ17, right?
I don't know your number.
Or sorry,
Is it 17 or not?
That's the balcony off of the bedroom.
Did this witness testify about the balcony and several pictures, photographs that were shown to him, the left of the balcony, the right of the balcony, the vantage point from looking down from the balcony already? Mr. Franzel?
Yes, Your Honor. So I'm just saying, this is the balcony, right? That's all I'm...
Right,
yes
and that's
or no?
what he said the first time around when you showed him photographs of it.
All right.
All right.
Can you answer?
Yes, he said it's a balcony, is it not?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Publishing what was previously marked as defense MM.
Reject this foundation to the date.
I'm not asking...
So the date? I didn't hear any. I haven't heard a question yet.
So, to you, this appears to be Miss Harwick on this very same balcony outside of her bedroom.
I'm going to object foundation date.
Sustain.
Date of photo.
There's no date. I'm not asking about a date.
Well, do you know if that's the same balcony, sir?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that photo.
All right.
So, you're not sure if this is the same balcony, right? So, this is...
This balcony and the balcony you showed me in the previous photo, I'm not sure if that is the same or not. I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm not familiar with that photo.
Okay, so the balcony that she...
I'm going to object this foundation.
Let me hear the question. What's the question?
The balcony railing she is sitting on is black, right?
Yeah, okay. He just stated, counsel, that's where his answer stands. He is not sure. Now, if you're going to go through, they also have rails on it, and they have twirly marks on them, and they're black, and therefore, he's already stated he doesn't recognize it. He can't tell you one way or the other. So, let's move on, if you would.
Is it that you're... Okay, so... You're not sure, but to you, are you saying that it's not the same balcony?
I'm going to object this foundation.
Sustain.
show you ZZ 18. This is you, right, detective, in the photo? Oh.
That looks like you. No, I'm kidding. No.
All right. This is you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Now, just for reference, just so we can kind of get a sense, how tall are you?
5'10".
I'd like to just very briefly go through the photographs that are on this CD, just so that he can say that he recognizes them and move on to a different topic. These are photographs from inside the house. Is that permissible?
It is, but didn't you ask him already about photographs of the house?
Well,
You said you had 15 minutes. I'm going to cut you off in 10. So no matter how you look at it, you can use your 10 minutes as you wish. But we're just going around circles here now at this point.
All right. So this is ZZ7. This is the patio, right?
Yes.
And these are all of these photos that I'm about to show you, up to ZZ16. These are photographs that you had that you asked to have taken. So this is ZZ8. This is the patio, right?
Yes.
And this is something you had a photographer photograph.
Yes.
ZZ9. Same question, right? You had a photographer take this picture
Yes, I did.
on the 15th of February.
Yes.
2020. ZZ10. Same question.
Yes.
ZZ11. Same question.
Yes.
ZZ12. Same question.
Yes.
ZZ13. Same question.
Yes.
ZZ14. Same question.
Yes.
ZZ15. Same question.
Yes.
And now let's talk about the August 6th visit to Mound Street. So you were present on August 6th, 2020 for a court-ordered inspection of
I'm going to object as to
Objection is what?
objection as to form of the question, the information.
Court order?
I'll withdraw it.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your question, counsel.
You were present on August 6th, 2020 for a court-ordered inspection of 2086 Mound Street by Ms. Bernstein-Lev and an investigator Nicely, right?
Yes.
And you had an LAPD photographer photograph the property prior to the defense inspection.
Yes.
One moment.
What's the next one over here?
You are at AAA or A cubed.
All right. I'd like to mark a photograph as AAA.
All right.
Is this how the kitchen door appeared on August 6th, 2020?
I don't really remember.
Okay, is this the kitchen door inside of 2086 Mound Street?
Yes.
On direct, Mr. Avila went through all of the places in 2086 Mound Street where you instructed the criminalist to swab, right?
I believe so.
There were no other swabs done on surfaces in the house that Mr. Avila failed to cover with you.
No, Jack is argumentative.
Sustained. It's characterized failed.
No, I meant
That he did not ask you about.
that's all I asked.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not insinuating a failure on Mr. Avila's part. I'm saying there weren't other swabs done on surfaces in the house that he did not go over with.
No, I believe we went through them all, yes.
Mr. Pursehouse was first arrested on February 15th at 4:30 p.m.
Yes.
And he was booked early the night of the 16th at 2:16 in the morning.
I don't recall the exact time of his booking.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at just the page 1 of the arrest report?
It may.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So date arrested, time arrested,
16:30. Time arrested. Time booked 2:16. Oh, 2:15. Okay.
So when that first arrest, he was arrested at 4:30 p.m., right?
Yes.
On the 15th of February.
Yes.
And he was booked at 2:16 a.m. on the 16th.
Yes.
And then he posted bail and was released on the 18th at 10:13 p.m.
I know he posted bail. I don't know what time he was released.
Would it refresh your recollection?
No, I had nothing to do with that.
Okay. And then he was rearrested on the 19th of February at 4:30 p.m.
I believe so.
Regarding the warrant to Google for the Google Nest videos and whether Google sent any files back, I have a question. You spoke to Detective Lamberti prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, right?
I don't recall.
Detective Lamberti was handling the warrant to Google regarding the Google Nest cameras, right?
I believe so.
And you testified about this at the preliminary hearing, right?
I'm going to object. That's Prop 115. Objection as hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm saying just...
Well, okay. Did you testify procedurally? Did you testify?
Did you testify about this topic? I'm not asking specific statements.
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the preliminary hearing transcript?
Objection.
Well, he's not going to ask him what was said. He's going to ask him, remind him that he testified at that. Go ahead. Another 5 minutes, count.
Thank you.
We'll be taking a break in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking at volume 5, page 114. Actually, let's start at 113. This is all everything. All right, here we go. 112, line 25. Into 113, line 4, or line 7. Does that refresh your recollection?
A little bit.
And so you did testify at the preliminary hearing about the efforts to obtain footage from Google Nest, right?
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony, you spoke to Detective Lamberti about the warrant to Google.
Objection. Relevance. Prop 115 testimony.
Sustained.
Did you speak to the detective?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm impeaching Detective Lamberti.
I'll allow him to answer that question.
Did you speak to Detective Lamberti about the search warrant to Google?
Yes.
And isn't it true that he told you that there were no video files accessible to LAPD?
Yes.
And that he did not get any files back?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
On direct, Mr. Avila showed you the DMV printout that you looked at for Mr. Pursehouse.
Yes.
The data on that document is simply what the DMV had in their system at the time, right?
Correct.
You don't know, at the time when you were looking at it, you didn't know if the information was correct, right?
I assumed it was correct, but I get it from the DMV, so that's
Right. All it is whatever the information that was
What-
inputted into the DMV at some point in time in the past.
correct.
You previously testified that you were familiar with the LAPD homicide manual, right?
Sure, yes.
And it sets out the department's policy for an investigation into a potential homicide, right?
Yes.
And in this case, responding officers quickly determined that an investigation needed to occur, right?
Yes.
And responding officers quickly determined that Ms. Harwick was gravely injured, right?
Well, I don't know what the responding officers thought.
Objection, relevance as to this witness.
Sustained.
So, the preliminary investigation at the crime scene is the most important and possibly the most sensitive aspect of a homicide investigation.
Objection, compound.
All right. Sustained. Go ahead. Rephrase your question, Counsel.
Per the homicide manual and how detectives are trained, the preliminary investigation at the crime scene is the most important aspect of the homicide investigation.
Per the manual, I believe that's what it says.
I'm gonna ask to be shown this document.
So, what was your response, sir?
I said, per the manual, I believe that's what it says, yes. Per the homicide manual.
And that the preliminary investigation is possibly the most sensitive aspect of the homicide investigation, right?
Possibly.
That the best investigative method at the scene is to treat each case as a homicide until the facts prove differently, right?
I believe that's what it says in the manual.
Do you disagree with the manual?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
According to the LAPD policy, the first officers to arrive at the scene shall immediately isolate the vicinity where the incident occurred, right?
Objection.
All right. Under
relevance.
352, do you have any other questions, Counsel?
This is just
I understand what you're asking, Counsel.
okay. I have like 5 more questions.
Go ahead.
So,
I got break.
the responding officers are trained to carefully note anything touched, right?
Are they trained that way?
I can't say how each officer is trained.
Okay. So you don't have the knowledge to answer that.
Correct.
All right.
And it's best practice, and in the manual itself, that it's important to note anything that was touched, right?
Is it important to note anything that was touched? Is that your question? I want to make sure I understand.
That it's best practice, that is, in terms of investigating a potential homicide, that it's best practice to carefully note anything touched.
Touched by the officers? Touched by whom?
Touched by the officers.
I would agree that that would be best practice.
That the senior officer of the first unit that arrives on the scene shall be responsible for ensuring that the crime scene procedures have been implemented, right?
Yes.
In this case, that was Sergeant Denis, right? Until the detectives got involved.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
That extreme care must be exercised in preserving the scene and any evidence present.
Yes.
That failure to properly protect the scene may also cause irreparable damage to the case.
I'm going to object this argumentative.
Ooh.
Possibly.
One of the most significant tasks for a homicide detective is to locate and preserve physical evidence.
Yes, I would agree.
And that's one reason why you had so many things photographed, right?
Yes.
You wanted to make a record of the state of those different pieces of physical evidence.
Yes. My take on the crime scenes is we have one shot at the crime scene. We can always go back and re-interview witnesses. We can always rerun lab tests or request different lab tests. But we only have the crime scene for a finite amount of time, and once we break down the crime scene, then we can no longer say what's going on, and what may be relevant and what may not be.
Right, and I think you testified on direct that part of your rationale was, be over-inclusive, take more photographs than you think might be necessary so that you have everything captured, right?
That's my personal thing, is I try to...
So your answer is yes?
Yes.
All right.
And so if things were tainted or disturbed before those photographs, then that would be relevant and important to you.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. You going to ask questions?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for reporting what occurred. It was to number one. Are you number one? Number one. Thank you. You did the right thing. So we put it on the record and everything else. Thank you very much. All right. We are prepared to go forward. You were going to redirect?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yes.
I've been told I only have a few minutes to get you to Tennessee. So. These officers that first arrive at the scene, these young officers, have they all studied the homicide manual? To your knowledge, are these officers trained to study the homicide manual when they first get
to your knowledge? Okay, so I'll allow it that way.
to LAPD?
To my knowledge, probably not.
And so what's more important for an officer when he arrives at a scene where you don't know if the suspect is still inside? Is it to make sure the place is safe, or to start blocking anyone from walking into that location?
Objection. This states the testimony.
Overrule.
You can answer.
The most important thing the officers have is preservation of human life. After that, then the next thing is there a suspect that's still at the scene for apprehension purposes, and then secure and lock down the scene.
And now you were asked about the information on defendant's DMV photo. You when he was arrested, you got to be right in front of the defendant that day of February 15, 2020, correct?
Yes, I was there. I eventually arrived at the scene, and Mr. Pursehouse was still at scene of the arrest.
And you also got to see the ring videos to see what that person that was in the ring videos appeared like, what his size appeared to be.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you part of the ring video. And this is ring video designated, let me see the title of it. It's the one at time 2053-46.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled. I think the identity was asked about in the DMV, and I take it.
You know, it's taken a minute, so. Yeah.
I just unplugged myself.
Do what?
Oh, here we go. All right, looking here, does this appear to be the individual at the ring camera? For this is the ring cam. This is People's Exhibit number 8 at time 2053, and the time is 5 seconds into the video. Do you see the person there?
I do.
Does the person appear to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
And do you see around the shorts, do you see like a white string or rope around the outside of the shorts?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, overruled. Do you see what? Do you see a marking of some sort?
Beyond the scope.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Yes, I see what appears to be a rope or string.
On the outside of the shorts.
Foundation.
Well, he said what appears to be. He didn't say it was.
Does it appear to be that?
Yes.
And that's on the outside of the shorts.
Outside, yes.
And now, there was collection of evidence at defendant's home. I'm looking here at People's Exhibit number 76. Are these some of the shorts that were collected?
Yes.
Objection outside the scope.
And looking at photograph B, see that the shorts with the white line on the side?
Yes, I do.
And did these shorts have a black drawstring on the inside?
Yes.
And when you met with the defendant on February 15, did he appear to you to be 6'4"?
Objection speculation.
Overruled. He said appeared. He didn't say it conclusively.
Yes.
Did he appear to be around 230 pounds?
Yes.
Were you the one that obtained the Nest camera videos?
No.
That was Lamberti.
Yes.
And you have different detectives obtaining different evidence, correct?
Correct.
Counsel kept asking you about preservation letters. Didn't Lamberti send out the search warrant for those Nest cameras the very next day?
Yes.
And at the preliminary hearing, defense counsel is the one that asked you, what do you know about the Nest camera videos, correct?
Yes.
Prior to her asking you that at the preliminary hearing in 2021, had you studied carefully what had occurred with those Nest camera videos?
No.
So you were just answering her questions based on what she asked you at that moment?
Yes.
And didn't you indicate, and I'm looking at page 114 of the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel ready?
Yes.
When Ms. Bernstein asked you, and they included an attachment, is that correct? And your answer, I'm not aware of attachments.
Correct.
So you were answering those questions at the preliminary hearing to the best of your ability of what someone else did?
Yes.
On February 16th, 2020, is that the first time Robert Koshland was interviewed?
I believe so, yes.
And was that initial interview with him, was that recorded?
Yes.
And then after that, was Sarah Rollins interviewed?
Yes.
And is it that interview that you allowed Robert Koshland to stay with her?
Yes.
Why did you allow that to happen?
As I said, she was a little hesitant, nervous, scared. She felt better to have somebody that she had known with her at the time.
Counsel showed you some notes regarding your initial conversation with Aspen Jameson on October 19th, 2021, and whether that was a full interview or whether that was just a logistical phone call. In your notes for that, do you just document the following? XFIS red carpet, January 2020, bullet point, intro to Harwick, correct?
Yes.
Saw and heard mail.
Yes.
Why are you here?
Yes.
Not supportive.
Yes.
Liar, two-face.
Yes.
Do you know who she was referring to when she was telling you about a liar, two-face?
I don't recall.
Got heated, walk away.
Yes.
So were you trying to conduct a full interview when you called her the first time?
No.
Why not?
Like I said, this telephone call was just to introduce myself, find out if she is, in fact, the person that was on the red carpet when this event occurred. And then once I was satisfied that, yes, she is the person, she has some relevant information, then I wanted to set up a date and time and a location where we could sit down and have a video recorded interview.
And did you interview her on October 28th, 2021?
Yes.
And did you record that interview?
Yes. In fact, I had to check out recording equipment to take with us to Henderson to record it.
So you went out of your way to make sure this was recorded, her first interview with you?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, have you told, well, you were present for the preliminary hearing, correct?
I was.
And at the preliminary hearing, Hernando Chavez testified that he heard the defendant say, you ruined my fucking life, bitch, something to that effect.
Objection is testimony.
Something to that effect. Is that incorrect?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And did you tell Hernando Chavez he should say that at the preliminary hearing?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him to come into court in this trial and say that he personally heard, you ruined my life, you fucking bitch?
No, I didn't. Absolutely did not.
And you recorded his first interview, correct?
Yes.
This is People's Exhibit number 11A. Is this looking at page 8 of the transcript for Hernando Chavez's interview on February 18, 2020? The recording that's the best of what happened during the interview, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And just looking here, but from what they both told me, the performer and Amie, he was saying, "You ruined my life." He called her a bitch. He was escalated. I mean, it wasn't like a voice like me. It's the high he was yelling, basically. And enough to where the performers were calling me repeatedly and obviously ran over to me. So, yeah, he was just and saying things like, "You ruined my life. You're such a hypocrite." Correct?
Correct.
And you could have whatever interpretation you want of what he said to you, correct?
Yes.
But it's Hernando Chavez who will say what he heard or not.
Yes. Yes, it was what he said. Nobody can answer better than himself for his words.
And counsel asked you about Michael Herman and this LA Times article that came out on February 2020. Do you know where was Michael when he first left that voicemail message for you on February 2020?
I do.
Where was he?
He was in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay, well, how do you know that, sir?
He told me.
Objection hearsay.
Sustain.
Well,
Motion to strike.
where
Stricken.
when you talked to him on February 2020, he told you many things in that voicemail and also later in that interview.
Yes.
Correct.
Hearsay.
Well, he said he told you things, so go ahead.
Well, defense counsel asked you about what he told you during the voicemail and during your interview, correct?
Correct.
So in those interviews, did he indicate at any point where he was when you
Objection
talked to him?
hearsay.
I'm going to sustain.
So that'll remain.
Without getting into his statement, you knew where Michael Herman was when he called you.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And in the voicemail that he left for you on February 2020, does he say, and I'm just going to say, "Hi, detective."
Objection hearsay. This is the same.
I don't know where he's going with this. I don't know.
Counsel asked about the voicemail.
Okay.
And he also asked about Michael Herman's interview, so I'm rehabilitating the witness.
All right.
He's.
Let's hear what I don't know what he's going to read, counsel. No, let me hear what he's going to read.
Was this his statement? "This is Mike Herman. I remember something yesterday that I wanted to tell you. I don't think it's going to be any new information or anything to help. But after seeing the door and stuff just yesterday, it occurred to me that I remember while I was sleeping, being woken up by what sounded like a plate dropping and then somebody walking around up the stairs." Did he say that in his voicemail?
Yes.
So he's saying to you that after seeing the door and stuff at the house, that now he's decided to call them.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Yes.
He didn't say that he read some LA Times article, did he?
No.
Do you have any information that he ever read that LA Times article?
Objection calls for speculation. Foundation.
I'm
Well,
asking if he has any information.
Any information, I'll allow it as such.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I have information.
No, I don't know if you understand correctly. Do you know whether Michael had access or Michael actually read that LA Times article that the defense
Objection
counsel
calls
was
for
referring to?
speculation. Foundation.
He doesn't know. I take it you don't know that, do you, sir? You don't know if he read an LA Times article, do you, Mr. Herman?
I I do know what he told me. Yes.
Okay.
Objection calls. This is hearsay.
Sustain.
Then you interviewed him after that, correct?
Yes.
And looking at on the interview for February 2020, page 2, line 10. Where did you ask right away in the interview? Well, why do you think she went to the ground to the floor? Answer: I think
Hearsay.
Overruled.
I think because when I yelled up her name, detective, I think he put her to the ground as quickly as he could and started choking her. Detective, okay. Herman, I could hear choking. Is that what he said?
Yes.
And counsel asked you about a closeout report, and what is the closeout report a report that's 8 pages?
In this particular case, yes.
Right. And was this closeout report authored on February 17, 2020, 2 days after Miss Dr. Amie Harwick's death?
Yes.
So does this mean the case is closed with this report?
No, not at all.
So tell the jury, what does an LAPD closeout report really mean?
So the title "Closeout" is on the front page of the report. Basically, it is as soon as certain criteria are met, a suspect has been identified, a suspect is arrested, the district attorney has filed charges, then that case is progressed to a point where we close it out as far as statistical information that has to be reported up the chain of command and to the FBI that keeps national crime statistics. It doesn't mean the investigation is over and closed and finished and we can all go home.
And as a witness, let's say a witness all of a sudden remembers something new that they didn't tell you at first. Do you allow them to make that statement?
Yes.
When you first interviewed Michael Herman in those video clips that were shown, was he told to remain at the crime scene during that whole time?
Objection, relevance outside the scope.
Sustained. Counsel, let's move on.
What was Michael Herman's demeanor during your interviews at the crime scene with him? How would you describe his demeanor?
Objection, outside the scope.
Ooh.
I would say he was highly excited.
Objection, speculation.
And what are you basing that on?
Just his speech, his body mannerisms, the fidgeting of the hands and feet. He couldn't really stay still.
All right.
Counsel kept asking you questions about this preservation letter. Does the fact that you may send a preservation letter to a company, does that mean that company's going to do whatever you want them to do?
Objection, speculation. Foundation.
Well, what's your...
Well, I'm going to sustain it. He doesn't know what they're going to do with it.
And you recorded your interviews with Michael Herman, correct? From February 15
Yes.
and February 2020?
Yes.
And during that initial interview with Michael Herman at the crime scene when it's being recorded by a body-worn video, looking at page 30, lines 26, lines 27, is he asked, well, didn't you mentioned that you heard like, and he answers, oh, well, yeah, the shuffling. Did he talk about that he heard shuffling?
Yes.
And did he also say that he had yelled out, hey, motherfucker?
Yes.
Objection, Vegas and time. When that statement was made.
During the... That's during your February 15, 2020 interview, correct?
Yes.
Same.
At the police station. I'm going to correct it right now.
Are you saying when and time he made that statement
There were two
in the building?
I'm going to clarify.
interviews on the 15th.
I'm going to clarify.
Okay, let's go
The
ahead.
statement that I just read, that was done on February 15, 2020, back at the police station.
Yes.
Just one moment. Now, talking about the walkthrough, All right. Walk through page 7. Was this his statement, line 14? And I yell out, "Hey, motherfucker," because I feel like it sounds like a struggle. Like it just sounds, I hear a lot of like stomping around and I hear screaming. Was that his statement during the walkthrough while he's still at the crime scene?
Yes.
Looking at page 12 of the same transcript, line 2, I just say, "Hey, motherfucker," and then I then am running the back door like I was just hoping that, well, he's like, okay, somebody else is here, and he'll hopefully flee or leave or something. Is that what Michael said during that body-worn video walkthrough, the first one at the crime scene?
Yes.
I have nothing further on.
Any redirect? Recross?
I believe that based on the questioning by Mr. Aguilar, I should be able to play the clip now from the station interview.
Which one? Is this third time you're asking for that same clip?
No, this is Mr. Herman at the station being interviewed.
How long is that?
Just like, I think under 20 seconds.
Go ahead.
I'd like to mark this as defense next in order.
Triple B. Is that a CD?
Yes, it's a CD, and then I'd like to...
The transcript is number 1. All right. You could just hand me one here, Captain. Thank you.
So do you recognize this, Detective?
Yes.
And this is the interview with Michael Herman on the 15th of February back at the station, right?
At Hollywood Station.
I apologize, Your Honor, it's not under 20 seconds. It is very short.
Go ahead.
Can you remember? Still hear screaming?
I still heard screaming.
Still hear screaming. Now, and when we were at the house, you
Because when I was yelling, because when I was leaving, I yelled up there, "Hey, motherfucker," like really loud, because I wanted her to think I was coming upstairs, so maybe he'd like stop and run.
you know that he's not in the house with one or two of them.
Right. And I didn't know if it was like, I didn't know if it was multiple people. I just didn't know. And I just hoped that would that they would make the person flee.
Right. And besides besides hearing her screaming, what else did you hear?
That's all I remember hearing.
Well, didn't you mentioned to me that you heard like
the shuffling. Yeah. From up above a person. Yeah. It sounded like that wasn't when I was like running out. That was when I was yelling at Amie. That was when it felt like I heard like shuffling.
Okay. Did you hear?
Because when I ran out, like I just yelled, "Hey, motherfucker!" and then ran out.
So initially Amie, and you hear the shuffling.
Yeah.
And then you go into the room, you come back out of the room, she's still screaming.
Yeah.
And then you yell back up again, and then you exit through the back door. Besides the shuffling, her screaming, do you remember, did you hear anything else like banging or clanking or things falling down? Okay.
On redirect, you testified that you called Aspen Jameson just to introduce yourself and set up the interview, right?
Well, I said I called her to.
Well, withdrawn.
I called her to determine if she was the person that we were looking for to talk to. I asked her some brief preliminary type questions to make sure she had information, knew what we were talking about, and then set up an interview.
And so it's your testimony here today that you did not ask Aspen Jameson whether she heard Gareth Pursehouse say, you ruined my life, bitch, in that phone call. You never asked that question.
No, that you got into in your first cross. I thought that we made an issue of it.
Right. You didn't ask that question.
No.
And prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, you thoroughly reviewed Mr. Hernando Chavez's interview, right?
I reviewed it, yes.
And you testified that he did not tell you that he personally heard Gareth Pursehouse say, "You ruined my life, bitch."
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
This was raised in redirect.
It doesn't matter, counsel. That you asked that question.
Nothing for that.
Anything?
No.
You get to go home.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip to Tennessee. You want to wait till 1:30 or you?
We can wait until 1:30.
Let's come back at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good lunch, if you will. All right. Thank you. In this matter, people, you may call your next witness.
The people call Mr. Jorge Posada.
All right. All right, so if you could approach the witness, stand down here, please. Before you sit down, if you could raise your right hand, face my foot.
You solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Yes, my name is Jorge Posada, Jorge Posada.
All right, people.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a senior criminalist at the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner.
And how long have you been a senior criminalist?
Since September of 2017.
And what are your duties as a senior criminalist for the LA County Coroner's Office?
My primary duties are postmortem toxicology, and I also do evidence collection.
And what is your education, background, and experience that qualifies you to be a senior criminalist?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of California, San Diego in animal physiology and neuroscience. And the majority of our experience is on-the-job training, which I had at the coroner's office as a coroner investigator prior to being a senior criminalist, and also on-the-job training as a criminalist.
Now, you indicated that one of your job duties was to collect biological samples. About how many times would you say you've done that as a criminalist?
Do you want to clarify which biological samples?
From the decedent's body upon intake?
Yeah, it's the preservation and collection of evidence. Prior to being a criminalist, I was a coroner investigator, and we collected evidence on all homicides, accidents, and undetermined deaths. And now, as a criminalist, only on very specific cases.
So, in all of your experience, how many times would you say you've collected evidence?
Hundreds.
Now, on February 15th of 2020 at around 3:50 in the afternoon, did you observe an evidence collection of a decedent conducted by another criminalist by the name of Michael Schudart with the coroner case number of 2020-01406?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph that's previously been marked as People's 30. Is this the decedent in which you observed that evidence was collected from?
Yes.
Now, you observed that this evidence was collected by somebody by the name of Michael Schudart. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And who is that?
He was a senior criminalist in our office at the time.
And where is he now?
He is retired.
And do you know when it is that he retired?
In 2020.
Now, where did this evidence collection take place?
At the Forensic Science Center, shorthanded to the FSC, which is at our office.
And why were you observing?
I was a trainee at the time.
Were you present during the entirety of the evidence collection?
Yes, I was.
Since then, have you actually conducted your own evidence collection of decedents?
Yes, I've been signed off. I'm no longer a trainee. I've been signed off and I've collected evidence on my own.
Can you explain the process followed in collecting evidence from this decedent?
Well, it's very case dependent, but in this one, I believe there was a request for a sexual assault kit to be collected, and that was what was performed at our office.
Can you explain the process in which that sort of sexual assault evidence collection is conducted?
Yeah, it involves a series of internal and external swabs on the decedent's body.
Would you say that Mr. Shudart followed the same procedures and protocols that you do when collecting such a series of evidence collections?
Objection calls for a compound answer given the number of swabs that were done in this case.
Well, if this witness observed the collection, did you observe all the collections?
Yes, I did.
Of this individual?
Yes.
And were they in accordance with how you collect samples?
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I believe you answered the question with the court's inquiry.
All right.
Prior to collecting any evidence, was there a general physical exam conducted of the decedent?
That's the initial step. You do an overall examination of the decedent to determine your course of action.
Your Honor, there's a photograph that's been left up.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
You were saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the first step is to kind of get an overall picture of the decedent to determine a course of action of your evidence collection.
Was an alternate light source used?
Yes, it was.
And what is an alternate light source?
An alternate light source is a light source of a different wavelength used to determine if there are any biological stains on the decedent or on clothing, etc.
Were there any observations you made as a result of that general physical exam of the body?
It was unremarkable.
And what does unremarkable mean?
Nothing was seen underneath the alternate light source.
After conducting the general physical exam of the decedent, what did Mr. Shudart then do next?
He started the evidence collection.
So what's the purpose of collecting evidence from a decedent's body?
It's to collect and preserve evidence for the law enforcement agency if they want to test it or not.
What areas of the body were biological samples taken?
There were swabs taken from all over the decedent's body, from her face, her neck, her breast, and there was also a variety of internal swabs taken as well.
So let's talk about the actual sexual assault evidence kit that was collected. Was there a swab conducted or collected from the oral cavity?
Yes.
From the neck?
Yes, there was actually 2 swabs taken from the neck, one from the left side and one from the right side.
The left breast?
Yes.
The right breast?
Yes.
The external genital?
Yes.
The vaginal cavity?
Yes.
The cervical?
I believe there was an attempt for a cervical swab.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes the cervix is not visualized, so I believe he wrote in the notes that it was an attempt.
We object to that is calling for hearsay.
Well,
reading from the notes.
Well, you said you believe it was an attempt. Are you answering that question based on reviewing the notes of that individual, or did you yourself see it was an attempt?
No, I reviewed the notes from the case.
Okay, I'm going to sustain it.
Based on your
stricken.
Based on your observation, did you see a cervical swab taken?
I do not recall.
Now, in addition, was there a anal opening swab?
Yes.
And a rectal swab?
Yes.
What about pubic hair combing?
There was not a pubic hair combing kit performed.
And why is that?
There was no pubic hair.
Were there any swabs taken of any actual objects?
There was swabs of a vaginal piercing that were taken.
Were there other body swabs aside from what I named in the sexual assault kit that were taken?
Yeah, there were swabs of the hands and swabs of the face as well.
Was there a swab of the knuckles of the left hand?
Yes.
Knuckles of the right hand?
Yes.
Was there any taken from any stains on the right breast?
There was the swab taken from an apparent blood stain on the breast.
Was this the right breast?
Yes.
Was there one taken of the left breast?
Yes.
And you said there were face swabs as well?
Yes.
How many?
I don't recall the number.
But there was a face swab taken.
Yes.
What about fingernails? Was there a fingernail taken?
There was fingernail swabs taken because the decedent had acrylic nails in place.
So can you explain how that takes place?
Yeah, normally part of the evidence collection is a nail clipping or a fingernail kit where we take nail clippings. However, if the decedent has acrylic nails or if the nails are too short, you have the option of doing a wet swab of the nails.
And was that what was done in this instance?
Yes.
And that was of the left as well as the right?
Yes.
Now, why did Mr. Shudart, if you know, swab the jewelry pieces or the piercing that you observed?
I do not know why he swabbed it.
Is that something that you would typically do if you found such a piercing?
We would remove it if it was in place, but since it was removed prior to our involvement, it would just get booked as physical evidence.
Is collecting body swabs outside of the sexual assault evidence kit that we just discussed part of standard procedures in evidence collection?
It is case dependent, but yes, extra swabs are taken often.
Were there other items of evidence that were collected from this particular decedent?
There was a red underwear and a hair kit that was collected as well.
What's a hair kit?
A hair kit is just a reference kit of hair samples from a variety of areas of the decedent's body.
Now, what was done with the biological samples or the evidence once it was collected?
Once they're collected, they are set out to dry in one of our fume hoods and then eventually packaged a few days later.
And when they're packaged, are they labeled with the specific coroner number?
Yes, they're labeled with the coroner case number.
And in this instance, it's 2020-01406. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's what's done in following the coroner's office's standard procedures and protocols?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
The criminalist report for this case?
Just the report?
Yes.
Did you review any handwritten notes?
There are notes that are included in the report.
Do you have what you reviewed with you today?
Yes, I do.
May I see, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me make sure I have all the pages here. And then it's the report and notes and other forms that are included in the evidence.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did you review a preliminary hearing transcript in your preparation for testifying today?
I did review it.
And you said you were a trainee in 2020 when the evidence collection was done by criminalist Shudart, right?
Correct.
And prior to you and investigator Shudart, am I pronouncing his name correctly?
Shukart?
Shukart.
Yeah.
Prior to you and investigator Shukart receiving the decedent, a body piercing had been removed by another criminalist?
It was removed by a forensic attendant. So they're involved with the transporting of the decedent.
Okay. And was that something that was not supposed to be done?
That was not supposed to happen, no.
All right. So prior to the piece of jewelry being swabbed, it had already been removed by this other attendant?
Correct.
And I'm talking about the vaginal piercing jewelry?
Yes.
Thank you. When you received the decedent's body, did you find that the decedent had a lot of signs of surgery, that she'd been treated medically prior to her arrival at your department.
Objection, improper opinion.
Well, you can ask about scars or whatever, but where they came from is another thing. So.
I'll show you People's 30. Is this how Ms. Harwick's body was received by you?
Yes.
And did it look to you like she had received medical treatment?
Yes.
And did it look to you like she had received surgery?
Improper foundation.
I don't know. Are you able to tell?
I am not, no.
Okay, sustain.
Did you see that she had catheters in her body?
Yes.
And did you see that she also had breathing apparatus connected to her?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see when her body was turned?
Yes.
And did you then discover that there was underwear in place underneath her body?
Yes.
And you collected or you observed criminalist Shutart? Shukart.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get that. Shukart collect the underwear?
Correct.
And this was red underwear?
Yes, it was.
And what did he do with it when he removed it?
It is placed onto clean butcher paper to be packaged later.
And why is it put on butcher paper?
To help with the drying, the drying down of the clothing.
So anytime any item of clothing is collected, is it placed on butcher paper to dry?
Usually, yes.
And then you scanned both the front and back of Ms. Harwick's body with this alternative light source.
Correct.
And observed nothing remarkable.
Correct.
And then you, after that, collected the sexual assault kit.
Yes.
Is that standard in every case of a homicide investigation?
The order in which the evidence collection might change, but it is standard evidence collection.
Was there any type of collection done in this case that was not typical?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were any places, were any parts of the body pointed out to you by anybody other than Investigator Shukart?
No.
Were you the only other person observing this collection?
I don't recall, but it was me and Mark that were handling the evidence collection for the case.
And you had said that the knuckles of each hand were swabbed?
That's correct.
And those were the proximal phalanges, middle phalanges of each hand?
It was the back of the hands and the back of the fingers.
And the upper face was also swabbed?
Correct.
That was the forehead, between the brows and the hairline?
Yes.
And was the neck area swabbed?
Yes, it was.
And then the fingernail kit. You said that the fingernails were acrylic, and therefore they were not clipped, but they were swabbed.
Correct.
How many swabs were taken for each hand?
It's one individual swab for each hand.
And when criminalist Shukart swabbed the fingernails, did he swab the tips of each fingernail on each hand?
Correct.
And do you recall that the fingernails were all in very good condition?
I don't recall the condition of the nails.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes.
Would you please do so? Great. So you had an opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yes,
And do you recall now that the fingernails were in very good condition?
correct.
And then one other question about the nails. Do you recall that a whitish scrape or smear, barely noticeable, was on L2?
I can look at my. Can I look at my
Please.
notes or Mark's notes actually?
Okay.
Yes,
And so that whitish scrape or smear was barely noticeable on L2.
correct.
And what is L2?
It's the second finger
On which hand?
on the left hand.
Okay. So it would be my pointer finger or my middle finger?
The ring finger.
From the ring finger.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if that whitish smear or scrape was swabbed?
The entire acrylic nail is swabbed with the swab as part of the nail kit. So yes, it was swabbed.
So the tips of the nail was swabbed.
Yes, underneath from the nail bed to the tip of the acrylic nail, that is was swabbed.
Okay. And do you know if the scrape or smear was on the outside of the fingernail?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if it was inside or outside
No.
the nail? All right. Looking at the collection of fingernail evidence protocol for the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner Coroner. Doesn't the protocol require that if fingernails are synthetic, swabbings must be collected in addition to clippings?
I believe it does say that in the manual, yes.
And acrylic nails are synthetic nails, correct?
Correct.
But that was not done in this case.
No, it was not.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Can you read right? May step down. Thank you. Very next witness.
The people call Nick Sanchez.
All right.
Another witness, Detective Samuel Marullo.
Okay, detective, you get approach the witness stand, please. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Let's have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Samuel, Samuel, Marullo, Marullo.
All right, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you. Please tell the jury what is your occupation and your current assignment.
I am a detective employed by the City of Los Angeles, currently assigned to West Bureau Homicide.
How many years have you been a police officer?
November will be 27 years.
How many years have you been a detective?
Been a homicide investigator for nearly 16 years.
Thank you. Now, on February 15, 2020, were you assisting detectives in the investigation of the death of Amie Harwick?
Yes, sir.
And was one of your duties to take photographs of a defendant, of a suspect, Gareth Pursehouse?
To ensure that photographs were taken of him, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. I personally wasn't going to take them.
But you were there when the photographs were taken?
Yes, sir.
And was this done on February 16, 2020 at around 30 minutes past midnight?
Yes, sir.
And where was this done?
At Piper Tech. It's a LAPD facility on Ramirez Street.
This is a technical investigation department?
They're located there amongst other entities.
Here in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Gareth Pursehouse here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point out where he's situated and what he's wearing today?
He's seated to the left of defense counsel, the gentleman, and he's wearing glasses and a brown sport jacket.
Identify the defendant.
And so you mentioned that you did not take the photographs, but someone else was taking photographs.
A TID photographer.
And can you tell the jury what does TID stand for?
It's Technical Investigation Division, and photography unit falls under that entity.
And are you directing the photographer to take photographs of certain parts of Mr. Purshouse's body?
Yes, sir.
Looking here at people's next in order, it's a 2-page exhibit, 2 photographs.
109.
109, thank you. Looking at 109, you see that there?
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Okay. Let's zoom in, and who is that?
Mr. Pursehouse.
That's how it appeared on February 16, 2020, just a little bit past midnight.
Yes, sir.
Zoom in. Do you notice anything on his right eye?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's below his right eye, between his eye and his nose. It was some bruising.
Looking at photograph B, is this a picture of his torso and arms?
Yes, sir.
Now, on his left arm, there appears to be a Band-Aid of some sort. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you or other police officers place that Band-Aid on him?
No, sir.
Was that Band-Aid already on him when you met him?
Yes.
Did you have him remove that bandage from his arm?
Yes.
I have another series of 2 photographs showing left bicep. This remarked as people's next in order 110.
Yes.
110, photograph A. He tells what is shown there.
It's Mr. Pursehouse. He's raising his left arm, and the camera is focused on the bruise or contusion on his inner left bicep.
So you had him remove that Band-Aid?
I did, yes, sir.
And this is photograph B of this exhibit. Is that a close-up of that injury?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what is shown there?
Bruising with an abrasion in the center of the bruising.
Did it appear to you to be a fresh bruise or contusion?
Yes, sir.
We would object to that lack of foundation.
I was going to ask. Why would you
Hold on. What are you asking?
Did it appear to you to be a fresh abrasion, bruise or contusion?
Okay, you said appear. Did it appear to be fresh?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
what are you basing that on?
Basing it on my observations and having the same type of injuries and witnessing those injuries throughout my 27-year career.
All right.
Okay, so why would you say it appeared to you to be a fresh bruise or contusion?
Just because of the color, sir, and because especially at the abrasion point, as well as the contusion itself surrounding the abrasion.
Thank you. A series of photographs of Mr. Pursehouse. May this be marked people's A through O.
Yes.
We'll go quickly through this.
That's 111.
111, yes, thank you. 111A. Is this a photograph showing Mr. Pursehouse standing full body?
Yes.
And did he appear to be of muscular build?
Yes.
And would you say his height was approximately 6'4"?
Yes.
How about it? Would you approximate his weight at about 230 or so pounds?
Yes, sir.
Looking at 11B, does this photograph show his legs at that time?
Yes, sir.
And there appears to be some scratches on his leg. Did you have the photographer zoom in on those scratches?
Yes.
Looking at photograph C, does that show a side profile of his right leg towards the back and his left leg in front?
Yes.
Photograph D, is that a photograph showing his legs and his inner thighs and whatever injuries you observed that day?
Yes.
And photograph E, is this a close-up of his knee?
Yes.
And what did you notice on his knee? On his, this would be his left knee, right? Left leg, left knee.
Left. Yes.
What did you notice here?
On the knee itself, there was a contusion as well as a small abrasion.
Looking at photograph F, it's a picture of his right knee and part of his right leg.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what is shown here?
Contusion or bruising on his knee, as well as some abrasions, and then farther down to the bottom, you'll see several scratches.
Looking at photograph G, this would be a close-up of his right leg, of those scratches you were just discussing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what is shown here?
It's his lower leg with multiple scratches.
Did the scratches appear to be fresh to you?
Yes.
And why would you say that?
I've had hundreds of scratches like that on my legs throughout my career.
Looking at photograph H, I'm going to zoom out. Is this the interior part of his right knee and right leg?
Yes.
And what is shown here?
You'll see more of the abrasion near the knee, near the contusion, as well as scratches to the lower portion of the photograph.
Photograph I, is that his right leg, the lower portion of his right leg?
Yes, sir.
And is this another view of a scratch we just saw 2 photographs ago?
Several scratches.
Looking at photograph J, would this be his left, the interior part of his left leg?
Yes.
And can you tell us what is shown here? I'm going to zoom in on this. Can you tell us what is shown here?
Scratching or scratches.
Photograph K, this appears to show his left knee, exterior portion of his left, from a view of the side of his left knee. What is shown here?
A scratch, but aggravated by an abrasion.
Looking at
Can I object to that answer? A big scratch aggravated by an abrasion?
I will leave it. I will leave it as scratch and an abrasion. The aggravating part will be stricken.
Thank you. Looking at photograph L. Does this show defendant Purshouse's inner right leg and knee?
Yes.
And were there any injuries in the inner right thigh area?
Yes.
And what was that?
If you could zoom in, I could. It was a bruise or a contusion.
Okay, I zoomed in. Looking at photograph M. Is this another view of that same injury?
Yes.
Photograph N, as in Nancy, is this his left leg, inner thigh? Can you describe whether he had any injuries on that leg?
Yes.
And what was that? And I don't know if you could see also his knee. I'll zoom in. It tells what it's showing there.
More of an abrasion toward the upper left of the photograph, my upper left, as well as the lower right.
Lastly, photograph O. This is a photograph of his right shoulder. I'll zoom out first and ask you, what were you trying to photograph here?
There was some superficial scratching, as I noted, in the center of that photo.
It wasn't as deep as the other scratches on the legs.
Objection leading.
Sister.
So you call it superficial scratches on this?
Faint.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good
I'm
afternoon,
sorry.
ma'am.
I forgot 2 photographs. If that's okay. So my apologies.
Go ahead.
I have 3 photographs of hands. The district marked people's necks in order, number 112.
Yes.
112.
A through C.
A through C. You got photographs taken of his hands, correct?
Correct.
And looking here at 112, it appears, well, did you see any kind of bruising, any kind of scratches on his hands?
Nothing of note.
You did notice bruising and abrasions on other parts of his body,
Yes, sir.
but not on his hands.
Correct.
Photograph B of this exhibit, when you had him turn his hands over, did you see any scratches or bruises on the palm of his hands?
I did not.
And photograph C, did you do a close-up photo of one of his hands to see if there were any scratches or bruises on his hands?
I did.
And did you notice any?
Not really.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So when you first, when Mr. Pursehouse first arrived at Piper Tack, he was accompanied by 2 uniformed officers.
Yes, ma'am.
And they had transported him from another location to Piper Tack so that you could meet them there and supervise the photography of Mr. Pursehouse. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And who had authorized this photographing of Mr. Pursehouse?
What was a recommendation by the lead detectives? It's something we normally do in situations such as this.
Do you normally ask detainees to be strip searched in that way?
It depends on what the person's detained for, but strip searches are normal with violent felonies.
So who authorized a strip search in this case?
I'm not privy to the booking approval regarding who authorized a strip search, but I wouldn't call this a strip search that's prior to booking. This would be photographing the person, whether they have injuries or not.
Okay. And were you
I'm
looking?
going to object if the witness hasn't completed his answer.
Were you finished, sir?
I was almost finished.
All right, go ahead.
Depending on the situation, of course.
So you had Mr. Pursehouse remove his underwear for photographs,
I directed him to, yes.
and several photographs were taken of his naked body.
Yes.
And the area where his underwear would normally be, did you find anything of any significance in that location on either his buttocks, his penis, or any area that would have been concealed by underwear?
I did not.
But you continued to photograph that area anyway.
Well, when you say area, it was an overall photograph of his whole entire body to show a lack of or to determine whether or not there was an injury.
Would you have expected to find injuries on his penis area?
Objection, argumentative.
Well, it's counter speculation, sustained.
When you told Mr. Pursehouse what you were going to be doing in terms of photographing him, did you describe it to him as a full body scan?
Objection relevant.
Oh, Lord.
I didn't use that verbiage, but I 100% explained the process to him to alleviate any of his fears. He was very inquisitive, and I took the time to answer each of his questions.
You don't recall using the term a full body scan?
No.
Would that be inaccurate to call it a full body scan?
It's just verbiage I wouldn't have used in this situation.
And how long did this process take?
The process in terms of the actual photography,
Yes,
maybe 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes tops. The photography,
You don't recall being there closer to half an hour?
there's a difference between being there and then the photography portion, and that's what I'm trying to differentiate from. Because we had to wait for the studio to be set up, so we were definitely there longer than a half hour, yes ma'am.
So you're saying from the beginning of the photography to the end of photography was only 10 minutes?
10 to 15.
10 to 15?
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
no more than 15.
I'm giving you my best estimate now.
Could have been 20 minutes?
I don't think it was. I think it was 15,
So you're saying no more than 15 minutes.
to the best of my recollection, yes ma'am.
And while Mr. Pursehouse was naked, the people present were you, the two uniformed patrol officers, and the photographer.
Vegas, while he was naked the entire time.
Well, while he was naked, I don't know if that was it. I don't think it was the entire time, right? It was a portion of the time.
You're right, Your Honor.
Okay, were there people present? What was your question?
My question is, during the period of time when he was naked, there were 4 people present. You, the 2 uniformed officers, and the photographer.
Yes ma'am.
And each of the photos that we've seen here today were the poses that Mr. Pursehouse were in were as a result of instructions given to him by either you or the photographer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Pursehouse didn't just decide how he was going to stand in order to determine how it would be photographed. Is that right?
You're right.
And you would give him instructions like look up, and then a photograph would be taken.
Yes ma'am.
And you would give him an instruction to squat and open up his legs, and a photograph would be taken.
Yes ma'am.
And you would tell him to stand with one foot in front of the other and bend his legs, and a photograph would be taken.
Yes ma'am.
And Mr. Pursehouse was cooperative throughout this process.
He was.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further.
Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Your Honor, some people like to call Nick Sanchez.
All right. All right, Mr. Sanchez, if you could approach the witness stand here, please. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Nick Sanchez, Nicksanchez.
All right, Ms. Mariano.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm currently retired, but I retired from the LAPD. I retired as a criminalist with the LAPD.
Were you employed by the LAPD as a criminalist back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties? Were your duties as a criminalist?
Back at this time, I was assigned to what they call the Field Investigation Unit. So my responsibilities included going on call and then responding to crime scenes when I was needed.
And what is your background training experience that qualifies you to be a field investigator or a field criminalist?
Well, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Cal State LA. I have some graduate level coursework in genetics and molecular biology from Cal State Fullerton. Upon upon being hired by LAPD, I received in-house training in regards to field work. That included lectures, readings, demonstrations, and some mock crime scenes.
Now I want to turn your attention to February 15th of 2020 at around 11:30 in the morning. Were you at the location of 2086 Mound Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Why did you report to that location on that date and time?
Because I was on call. I received a phone call from a detective who indicated that he needed a criminalist at this location for a crime scene.
Did you arrive alone?
No, I arrived with another criminalist.
And who was that?
That would be Jennifer Francis.
Would it be fair to say that you and Jennifer Francis processed the crime scene at Mound 2086 Mound together?
Yes.
Upon arrival, did you speak to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
What's the purpose of you speaking to a law enforcement when you arrive?
Well, when I first arrive at a crime scene, it's important to gather information. So typically what we would do is, or what I will do is I will speak with the detective in charge, and then we will do what's called a walkthrough, where they will walk me through the crime scene. They may point out certain things or give me information as we're walking through.
Did you also speak to photographers?
Yes,
Now, do you direct photographers to take specific photographs?
I do, yes.
Do they also take their own overall photographs of the crime scene?
They do, yes.
Now, you talked about doing a walkthrough of this location. Did you conduct a walkthrough of the exterior of the residence?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People 79. Did you notice anything of evidentiary value during a walkthrough of the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as People 79. What did you see?
Well, in this photo here, the blue doors, they are French doors that lead into the living room of the house. I did notice that the doors were damaged.
I'm zooming in on People 79, pointing to an area of the French doors. Is that the area in which you observed damage from the exterior?
Yes, it is.
During your initial observation, did you see any biological materials with your naked eye that necessitated collection at that time?
Yes.
Now, after doing a walkthrough of the exterior of the residence, did you go to a different location aside from 2086 Mount?
Yes, I did.
Was that location around the area of Ivar Street and Vine?
Yes, it was.
At that location, was there any evidence that was collected there?
Yes.
And what item of evidence was that?
I'm going to refer to my notes on that.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
I collected some speaker wire from that location.
And when you collected it, who collected it, you or Miss Francis?
That was collected by Francis.
And what happened once she collected that item of evidence?
Eventually, it was booked in the property.
Now, as you're collecting evidence throughout the household, whether it be yourself or Miss Francis, where's that evidence stored?
As we're working the crime scene, I will have a bag which is labeled evidence. That bag will stay with me throughout the crime scene. So as I'm collecting evidence and moving from room to room, I'm taking that bag with me, putting more evidence into it.
Is Miss Francis also doing the same?
She is.
Now, we were referring to something that you collected over around Ivar and Vine Street. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 79C. Is that the item that you collected?
Yes.
And is this yellow sign that I'm pointing to an evidence marker that is utilized by you?
Yes.
And is that utilized by you throughout your evidence collection of a crime scene?
Yes, not this same marker, but markers similar to this.
Now, after going to this location of Ivar and Vine, did you proceed back to 2086 Mount?
Yes, we did.
Did you continue to do an exterior walkthrough of the residence?
Yes.
did that walkthrough take you to the backyard of the residence?
It did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 80A. I'm sorry, 80C. Did you observe the items that are depicted in People's 80C?
Yes, I did.
And when taking a look at these items in the exterior backyard of 2086, was evidence collected at that time?
Yes.
I'm going to name a few items, and please let me know whether or not those items were booked into evidence. A hair scrunchie,
Yes.
and that was evidence marker, signified by evidence marker number 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
A dress, signified by evidence marker number 3.
Yes, that was correct.
A hair extension from a sprinkler by evidence marker number 5.
Yes.
An earring, which is marked by evidence marker number 6.
Yes.
A medallion with a chain, which is marked by evidence marker number 7.
Yes.
Some boots, which is number 8.
Yes.
And an arm statue, which is number 9.
Yes.
Now, I know not all of those evidence markers are depicted in People's 80C, but those were collected and booked by you. Is that correct?
They were.
Were some of the items I just mentioned also booked by Miss Francis?
No, but I should clarify. She collected some of these items, but I did all the booking.
Okay. So of the items that I just mentioned, which ones were collected by Miss Francis?
Number 3, the clothing. Number 4, the red stain.
Are you referring to your notes?
Yes.
If we can just note that for the record.
Noted.
Please proceed, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. And number 7, the medallion.
Now you mentioned number 4, and that was collected by Miss Francis,
Yes.
and this appears to be a stain on the pavement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you indicate how this specific item of evidence was collected by Miss Francis?
We use something called cotton swabs to collect bloodstains like this. They basically look like a large Q-tip. So we take sterile water, apply that to the Q-tip, that's applied to the stain. What we're attempting to do is rehydrate the stain and for the swab to kind of soak up the blood stain. Once that's done, it's packaged and it remains there until I process it and book it.
Is that the process that Miss Francis followed?
Yes.
Was she wearing gloves at the time she took a swab of this stain?
Yes.
And was a single swab taken?
It was a single swab, yes.
And how was that packaged after the swab was taken?
It's packaged into something called a paper bindle, and then that paper bindle goes into a coin envelope, which is labeled with all the relevant information I need.
Showing you what's been marked as People's EDG. You're referring to an envelope and a bindle. Is that the envelope and bindle in which the evidence item number 4, the stain, was collected?
Yes.
And is that how biological samples are collected in that procedure that you just explained?
They are, yes.
I want to turn your attention to, again, the backyard. Was there any other stains that you saw in the backyard that you believe necessitated your collection?
There was nothing that was collected, but something that was one I observed and tested.
Tell us about that.
In the rear, in the backyard.
Yeah, I'm just going to request that the witness turn his report over unless he's refreshing his recollection.
All right. Whenever you think you have to refresh your recollection, just advise the court. Meantime, you can turn your report over if you will. All right. Good.
You may continue your answer.
So, I'm sorry, what?
You may continue your answer.
So in the rear, along the property line of the backyard, there was an area where we were sitting and working. And before sitting, I looked down and observed what maybe could have been blood. So to be sure, I tested it, and my testing indicated it was not blood.
What kind of testing did you do in order to make that indication?
I do something called a phenolphthalein test, and that is basically just a screening test for blood.
And because it was negative, you didn't collect a sample from that?
That's correct.
Now turning your attention to another portion of the backyard depicted in People's 83B. Do you recognize this area?
This is for number 10. May I refer to my notes?
Your Honor, with the court's permission?
Well, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I recognize this.
And is this an area in the backyard in which a biological sample was collected?
Yes.
And who was it collected by?
I'm going to refer to my notes, please. This was collected by Francis.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's C, which is a more close-up version. Do you recognize better what is depicted in People's C?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's what we call a photo ID number 10 on top of a fence.
And what type of biological sample was collected here?
We were attempting to collect something called possible biological material, and that is if I handle something for a certain amount of time and apply enough pressure to it, it is possible for me to transfer DNA to that item, and it's possible that I can swab and collect it, and it can be tested.
And was this chain link fence as depicted in evidence marker 10 swabbed by Ms. Francis?
Yes, it was.
And was that packaged in the same manner that you described earlier?
It was.
Now, after going through the exterior of the backyard, did you also go to a neighbor's property and collect evidence there?
I did.
And was that a skillet, which is evidence marker number 11?
Yes.
Now, in addition to collecting that item of evidence, did you then proceed to do a walkthrough of the inside of the residence?
I did.
Now, where did you go once you proceeded inside of 2086 Mount?
I believe we started in the living room area and then moved upstairs into the bedroom areas.
Now, did you observe anything of significance in the living room area that required you to collect evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
There were 3 stains that I believe to be blood.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 85. Does this depict the area in which you observed, generally, stains that necessitated your collection?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 86A. Do you recognize that to be a more zoomed in photograph of that same area?
Yes, I recognize that.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 86B, signified by marker number 12. What are we looking at here?
Directly to the left of the scale, there is a stain, a dark colored stain, which is one of the stains I collected.
How did you go about collecting this particular stain?
This stain was collected in the manner I described earlier, using a cotton swab in sterile water. The cotton swab was wet with the water. The swab was then applied to the stain, and the swab was used to soak up the stain.
Earlier you referenced conducting or seeing Ms. Francis. Let me back up and re-ask the question. Earlier you were talking about a stain that you had found and conducted a phenolphthalein screening test.
Yes.
Did you conduct such a screening test on this stain?
I did, yes.
And in doing so, what was the indication based on that screening test?
That gave me a positive result.
As a result of a positive result, for what?
Well, it's a screening test for blood because when we're out at a crime scene, I don't want to be collecting something that isn't evidence. So it gives me a little more of an indication that this stain I'm looking at could be blood and it warrants collection.
So because of this positive indication of blood, did you collect this particular stain?
I did.
Now, you observed other stains in that area as well, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 87. Or let me see if that's wrong, sorry. As People's 88A. And this is another photograph, and I'm pointing to an evidence marker where it says 14. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that depicting?
That 14 there is depicting a scale to the left of a stain on the door.
Showing you 88B, which is a close-up of the mark.
Would you be fatigued, is how I'm interpreting
the way you meant it?
Yes.
Okay.
I could ask that question as well. Do you want me to clear to make it clear?
Are you saying, what did you ask? What did you...
Would you be fatigued, is how I'm interpreting
the way you meant it?
Yes.
Okay.
I could ask that question as well. Do you want me to clear to make it clear?
Are you saying, what did you ask the question again?
Sure. Would you expect the decedent to be fatigued after being strangled?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about the shoulders. Are there injuries that you observed to the shoulders?
Yes.
And what were those injuries that you observed to the shoulders?
So I'm going to look at my notes before I...
All right.
So she had an abrasion on her anterior right shoulder, but more interestingly to me, it was a patterned contusion on the front of her right shoulder, and then she had a patterned contusion on the back of her right shoulder. So the one on the front shoulder was oval shaped, but had clearing in the center of that oval. The one on the back of the shoulder was circular shaped, but had clearing again in the back of the shoulder. So this is on the right shoulder again. So my thoughts is that this is some kind of grasping motion where finger and thumb are pressing on the shoulders. What that does is cause the blood right under the skin where the thumb and finger are being applied rushes out, and it breaks the blood vessels surrounding where that impression is. So that's why you have that clearing in the center, but blood around it.
Now I want to talk to you about her hands. Did you observe any injuries to the decedent's hands?
Yes.
And what were those injuries that you observed?
Again, sir, I need to review a lot of it. There were a lot of injuries to her hands.
All right.
So she had a lot of contusions on her fingers, on her knuckles. So they're all contusions. Well, there is some abrasions on her knuckles, but she also had abrasions on the back and the sides of her hands, both hands.
Okay. Now I want to show you some photos. What's been previously marked as people's 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51, and I'll go through them quickly. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and I'd like to mark another photo, Your Honor, as people's next in order,
117.
Showing you what's been marked as people's 117. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, was taken by the autopsy tech prior to the autopsy.
And does this also document the injury that you observed to the decedent's hand?
Yes, and just to point out, if you look at all the knuckles, her middle finger, ring finger, and little finger all have bruises on on the knuckles, so what we call the proximal interphalangeal joint, but the closer knuckle.
Showing you the 6 photos of the hands that I just showed you, does that accurately document the injuries that you observed to the decedent's hands?
Yes.
Are those injuries that you observed consistent with assaultive type wounds?
They can be. Those that are on the knuckles, if you imagine throwing a punch, and the first thing that's going to hit the object you're punching are your knuckles. So those contusions on the knuckles would be an assaultive type of injury.
Are those injuries you observed to the decedent's hands consistent with defensive types of injuries?
So the ones on the backs of her hands and the sides of her hands are more consistent with her trying to block any blows that were coming her way.
And would you?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And I would like to add that you can see that in the external diagram on the torso, but she had injuries farther up her forearms and on her arms too, also consistent with blocking those blows.
Your Honor, I have another diagram that have been marked as equals 118.
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as equals 118. Is this a document that's authored by you?
Yes.
And again, do these document the injuries that you observed to the decedent's hands?
Yes.
Now, you talked about these injuries or being consistent with someone holding up their hands. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you would expect to see these injuries if someone was attempting to defend themselves?
Yes.
Now, if the decedent were to brace herself from a fall from 21 feet hitting the pavement by holding out her hands, would you expect to see a different pattern of injuries than the ones you've notated?
Well, if she's assuming that she's landing on her palms, I would expect some kind of injury to the palms. Now, the palms take a lot of pressure to cause injury, but I would suspect that a fall from a height would be adequate to cause injuries to the palms.
Did you see any injuries to the palms?
I did not.
Were there any fractures to her hands?
There were no fractures to her hands or forearms or arms.
Now, did you observe injuries to the decedent's legs?
Yes, she had similar abrasions and contusions on her extremities, lower extremities.
Now, if the decedent were to fall from a height of 21 feet and land feet first, would you expect to see a different pattern of injuries than what you observed from the decedent?
Yes, and as I was studying for this case, there was a classic picture in one of my textbooks of an individual who falls onto their feet and causes lacerations, so breaks in the skin of the soles of the feet, and then the lower extremity bones, the tibia and the fibula, are driven through the feet, through those injuries on the feet. I did not see that in this case.
Now, based upon your examination of the decedent, are you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
What is the basis of your conclusion?
All those injuries we've been discussing throughout the whole testimony.
And what is her cause of death?
So blunt force injuries of the head and torso.
And what is her manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination. Who's cross-examining?
I am.
We'll start tomorrow at 9:30.
Your Honor, may we approach about scheduling with the witness?
With the sure.
Number 14. Is that a close-up of the stain that you just testified to?
Yes.
Did you also conduct a phenolphthalein screening test on this stain?
On this stain, I did not.
Why not?
The stain I tested right before this was only probably about maybe a foot apart or less. I didn't feel the need to test it. The stain was in close proximity to the other stain that was tested, and the type of stain looked similar, so I didn't test it.
Did you collect this swab of this particular stain?
I did.
Now, did you see any other stains in the vicinity of these French doors that necessitated your collection?
I did.
And what was that?
That would be labeled as photo ID 13. It was a stain on the floor.
I'm showing you what was previously marked as People's 87. And I'm pointing to an evidence marker on the left here. I know the number is not appearing. But is that where the stain is that you observed near the French door area on the floor,
Yes.
showing you 87 C. Are you able to see that stain more closely in 87C?
Yes.
Now, taking a look at this stain on the floor, did you conduct your phenolphthalein screening test on this stain?
I did.
And what was the indication based on that screening test?
It was positive.
As a result of that, did you then take a swab of this particular stain?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the upstairs area of the home. Did you proceed with your walkthrough of the upstairs area of the home?
Yes, I did.
Were items located on the second floor in which you collected?
Yes.
Now, were one of those items a jacket with evidence marker number 15?
Yes.
And was another one of those items a cross with metal beads as evidence marker number 16?
Yes.
And were those collected by you or by Detective Francis?
Both 15
I'm sorry,
and,
not Detective,
yeah.
Miss Francis, I apologize.
Both 15 and 16 were collected by Francis.
And you were present during that collection, is that correct?
I was.
Showing you what's been marked as people's 89A. Is 15 the jacket I'm pointing to with my finger?
Yes.
And 16 is in the middle portion of the photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was there biological samples that were collected in the hallway of the area that I just showed you?
There was a sample collected. I don't know if it was biological.
Showing you what's been marked as people's 91A with an evidence marker of 17. Is this the evidence collection that took place in the hallway area?
Yes.
Now, you said you don't know about biological. What did you mean by that?
It didn't appear to be a blood stain, but it was an area that was wet. And my thought was it could be urine, but there's no test for urine. So I went ahead and I just collected it.
Why did you believe it could be urine?
Because walking through it, I remember it being kind of like a little bit sticky. If you walk through urine, it gets sticky, sometimes on bathroom floors. So that's why I thought to myself, I don't think this is water, it's something else. Maybe it's urine. So that led me to collect the sample.
And was that collected by you?
17 was collected by me.
And how did you go about collecting this sample?
I collected this sample just as I would blood. So I used a cotton swab, sterile water, just swab the area with the swab, tried to collect what was on the floor onto the swab.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph. Did you also collect any evidence in the bedroom area upstairs?
I did, yes.
And in what area did you collect evidence in? Well, let me be more specific. I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 93. Do you recognize this area?
I do.
You see the evidence marker of 19?
Yes.
Did you collect evidence from this area?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as 93B. Can you describe what it is that was collected in this area?
I'm going to refer to my notes on that. So 19 was a red stain.
And did you conduct your phenolphthalein screening test in this instance?
Yes,
Was there a positive indication of blood?
there was.
Did you then swab it in the same process which you described earlier?
I did.
Now, did you notice any other stains that may have appeared to be blood in the vicinity?
I did not.
Now, there are other swabs that were taken from the upstairs area, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 94 with an evidence marker of 20.
Yes.
Was there a swab taken of this vanity area?
There was, mostly from the handle areas of this dresser.
And why is that?
Again, I'm trying to collect what we call possible biological material. So if someone had opened the dresser drawers, and there's always a possibility that they could leave DNA there.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 95A. Did you also swab this area?
Yes.
And why did you swab this area?
Same reason, an attempt to collect possible biological material.
Now, in regards to possibly finding biological material, was this done at the direction of detectives or something that you or Ms. Francis felt was necessary to collect?
It's something we felt was necessary to collect. It's pretty standard when you're working a crime scene like this.
So is every item of evidence you collect directed by detectives?
No. Sometimes they are and sometimes they're not. Sometimes it's at my direction.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 96A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Now that depicts evidence markers 22 and 23.
Yes.
Were swabs taken of this area?
Yes.
Why is that?
Using some of the testing we have available to us, we had what we believe to be semen stains, both where 22 is and where 23 is.
And what made you come to that conclusion?
I remember going into the bedroom and seeing the bed was undone. And my first thought was, it's possible somebody was in the bed, maybe waiting for her. So we thought, if this person is waiting,
Object as to foundation and speculation.
Overruled. I mean, is it because of the way that you were thinking you undertook some action?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not being offered for the truth, but it explains why he undertook some subsequent conduct. Go ahead.
Just because of the type of crime it was, my thought was if somebody was there waiting for the victim to return home, it's possible he was masturbating in the bed. So my thought as a criminalist, someone who works crime scenes, was I'm going to look for semen. So we checked the bed and the area surrounding the bed for semen.
And how did you go about checking for that?
We use something called an alternate light source. It's almost like a black light. Using colored goggles and a black light, the semen will kind of it'll kind of glow or fluoresce, and then that gives us an indication that that might be semen. If I get that, I'll follow that up with something called an AP test, which is a chemical test for semen.
And because of that testing and the alternative light source you used, you took swabs of those two areas?
I did, yes.
Now I'm showing you what's been previously. Well, did you go onto the balcony of the bedroom area?
I did.
And was evidence collected in the balcony area?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 29A. Do you recognize this area?
I do.
Is that the balcony area you went to connecting to the bedroom of the upstairs?
Yes.
Showing you a close-up of the balcony of 29C. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
I do.
Did you collect that particular item of evidence?
That was collected by me, yes.
Was there any subsequent testing done in regards, or swabbing done in regards to this particular syringe?
Yes.
And what kind of swabbing was done?
Again, I attempted to collect possible biological material from the outside of the syringe.
And how did you go about doing that?
Using a cotton swab and sterile water, applying that to the syringe, swabbing the syringe, trying to collect what might be there. That's the way that was done.
And how is this particular item packaged in comparison to the swabs that we've been talking about?
Because it's a syringe and it's sharp, it went into, I don't even know what they're called, but they're plastic tubes that are very sturdy, and they're thick and strong, so the needle won't penetrate, which makes it safer for us to handle and carry it once we collect it.
Of the items that we discussed, evidence that was marked 1 through 19, were these all booked into evidence by you?
Yes. 1 through 19. No.
What items were booked into? Well, let me ask you this. What about evidence items 6 to 19? Was that booked by you?
For the record,
yes.
This is refreshing his recollection.
All right. Again, if you need to look at your report, just advise the court of that.
Okay, I'm going to refer to my notes.
All right.
Starting with starting with number 6, that was booked in the property by me. 7 was booked by me. 8 was booked by me. 9 and 10 were booked by me. 11 were booked by me. 12 was not booked, but it was not booked. 13 was not booked. 14 was not booked. 15 was booked by me. 16 and 17 were booked by me. 18 was booked by me. 19 was not booked.
And the ones where you say that you were not booked, were those the specific swabs that were taken by you that were not booked by you?
Those were the red stains that I collected.
That was booked by a law enforcement officer?
Yes,
But the remaining items were in fact booked by you?
they were.
And that was under a particular DR number, is that correct?
Yes,
And that DR number that it was booked under was specifically DR number 2006-06220, is that correct?
that's correct.
And were those items given to law enforcement at a later date?
The blood stains were transferred to a detective the next day, I believe it was.
And was that Detective Carranza?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
That's examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sanchez.
Good afternoon.
While you were working as a criminalist, you had additional duties other than field investigation, correct?
Yeah, at that particular time on that day?
Just during your career there.
Yes.
And part of that was also DNA analysis?
Some of it was, yes.
And so you were, it seems like, more familiar with what potential evidence you could find?
Yes.
Okay, and when we're talking about possible biologic material, is that also referred to as touch DNA?
It is, yes.
Okay. And in this case, you stated that you and Miss Francis were wearing gloves the entire time?
Yes.
And why is it that you wear gloves?
Well, there's 2 reasons. Number 1, I want to protect the DNA. I don't want to contaminate the DNA, or let me back up. I don't want to contaminate the evidence with my DNA. That's reason number 1. But also number 2, they're biological fluids, so I want to protect myself from the evidence.
And as you were walking through with detectives, did you notice if any of the detectives were wearing gloves at the time?
I didn't notice.
Did you notice if anyone at the crime scene other than you and Miss Francis were wearing gloves?
Francis and I were wearing gloves, and the photographers were wearing gloves.
Okay, so anyone outside of the criminals who were there, you didn't notice whether or not they were wearing gloves?
No.
Do you recall how many people were in the house when you arrived?
Well, when I arrived, no, I don't.
So you said that the swabs that you took looking for potential touch DNA, you and Miss Francis felt that those were important samples to take.
Yes.
And that was in part based on the location they were, that you thought someone may have touched those areas.
Yes.
Did you notice any stains or anything else that looked like it could be biological material on the stairs leading up to the upper level?
I did not see any blood leading up the stairs, no.
And you noted that in the hallway there were beads, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see those beads in any other area of the house?
Well, they were kind of scattered out in the hallway upstairs. So they were in more than just one location. They were kind of spread out.
Okay, and that included into the bedroom, correct?
I believe some of them were in the bedroom, yes.
Now, you went on the balcony, and that was where the syringe was collected?
Yes.
And you said you spoke with law enforcement officers, so you were aware of where Miss Harwick had been found?
Yes.
Okay, so is it safe to say that the balcony was a pretty important area during your search for evidence?
Yes.
But there were no swabs taken for potential touch DNA on any of the railings, correct?
Correct.
referring back. What was previously marked as equals 93A. This is the doorknob in Ms. Hart's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And looking at 93B, are you able to point? Let's see if I can go in here. I believe there's a yardstick behind you. Are you able to point out where the smudge is that you thought was possibly blood?
I can't see it on the photo, but it was in this area here.
Was there anything?
And for the record, he pointed above the doorknob on the white portion of the frame of the French door.
Over to the right of the number 19.
To the right of the scale, yes.
Was there anything collected from the doorknob?
No.
So you collected for potential touch DNA with the particular door that led out to the balcony. There was no swabbing for potential touch DNA.
Correct.
Can I have just a moment, Norman?
Yes.
You went through the entirety of the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall going through the kitchen?
I do, yes.
And on the cabinets in the kitchen are white, correct?
I don't remember.
Give me just a moment. Would it refresh your recollection to see an image of the kitchen?
Yes.
Yes. As you were going through the kitchen, did you note any staining or anything else that seemed like it might be biological material?
No.
And when you were briefed by law enforcement, were you told at any point that they believed the person who had been in the residence left through the kitchen door?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall if you took any swabs for potential touch DNA anywhere in the kitchen?
Not in the kitchen, no.
And this has previously been marked as defense view. Is this the kitchen you recall walking through?
Yes.
Okay, and the cabinets in there, both above and below the sink, are white?
Yes.
Okay, and as you walked through, there was nothing that drew your attention to any type of possible biologic material?
Correct.
And everything the prosecutor went over as far as samples that were taken and potential blood stains, that was everything that you noted while you were in the house?
Yes.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked about whether you collected any sort of swabbing from the railing.
Yes.
Did you look on the railing to see if there was anything that necessitated your collection?
I did.
Did you see anything that may have appeared to be blood?
No.
Did you see anything that may have appeared to be biological material that needed collection on that railing?
No.
Did you also take a look at the kitchen door?
take a look at the kitchen door. Well, we entered and went through the kitchen door, but I don't recall seeing anything specific there.
Now I want to turn your attention to the specific French doors, which included the evidence marker of 19. And you were asked about the doorknob and whether you did any swabbing of the doorknob depicted there.
Yes.
Now, did you see any sort of indication of blood on the doorknob?
Not on the doorknob, no.
Did you see any other biological material that may have necessitated your collection on that doorknob?
No.
But you did see something above the doorknob that you collected and swabbed, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked briefly about touch DNA. Are you less likely to collect biological material from a swab like touch DNA if a person was wearing gloves?
I would say no, but like there used to be this saying, never say never. But if it happened, it would be very rare.
It'd be pretty unlikely to get
Pretty
touch
unlikely,
DNA.
yeah.
I'm sorry, touch DNA from someone wearing gloves.
Yeah.
So if someone were to touch the doorknob that is depicted in the People's Exhibit on the screen right now wearing gloves, you wouldn't expect to see touch DNA, is that correct?
I would not.
Same thing with the ring.
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything based on those questions?
Briefly, is there any specific research or any studies that you're basing your opinion you wouldn't see as much touch DNA when someone's wearing gloves?
There is research. I can't name it off the top of my head, but my answer also comes from 20 years in DNA.
And are you familiar with any of the recent publications in the Journal of Forensics regarding touch DNA being transferred by gloves?
Objection outside the scope of
Overruled.
The foundation, if the witness knows that.
I don't know. Well, then we'll find out. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with any specific articles. No.
And when you were swabbing the vanity, was there anything that you were able to see?
Yes.
What was it you were able to see?
I was able to see the drawers pull open, which led me to swab those areas.
Okay, with specifically regard to the areas that you swabbed, were you able to see anything that you thought was biological material?
No.
And that's because touch DNA is not visible to the eye generally.
Correct.
So if someone had touched anything on the balcony and you said never say never, DNA was transferred, you would not have been able to see it, correct?
You would not be able to see touch DNA on the balcony, no.
And the same with the doorknob.
Same with the doorknob.
Were you told at any point while you were on scene that officers believed whoever had broken in was wearing gloves?
Objection, hearsay. Outside the scope.
It would explain his conduct.
I don't recall any detective saying he may have been wearing gloves, no.
And that was, I apologize, you said that they did not say that.
I don't recall anybody saying that to me, no.
No further questions.
Any?
No.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Will, please. We are back on the record in this matter. People, you may call your next witness.
The people call Dr. Scott Luzzi.
This is the coroner.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Dr. Luzzi? Yes, if you could approach the witness, stand down there, please. If you raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Luzzi, L-U-Z-I.
All right, counsel.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a contract forensic pathologist with Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your background training experience that qualifies you to be a forensic pathologist?
After medical school, I did a year's internship in general medicine, and then I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then I did a year's fellowship in forensic pathology. I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology and in forensic pathology.
Now, when conducting an autopsy, can you explain, just generally, the process in which it is done?
So the way it works at Los Angeles County is the case gets assigned in the morning, and I'll review the case notes from the investigator. After that, I'll review, usually there's x-rays and photographs that have been taken, so I review those before I even see the body up close. The first step of doing the autopsy is doing what's called an external examination, where we document the general characteristics of the individual, their hair color, height, weight, and then we also try to identify any injuries that they may have sustained in the autopsy, or during that autopsy. After the external examination, we do the internal examination, where we open up the torso and the head, and we look for disease and injuries within the body.
Now, in conducting your external and internal examinations, is your process, the observations, and the conclusions that you make documented into a report?
Yes.
And are those reports made in the regular course of your duties?
Yes.
And are they made near and or at the time of the actual autopsy?
Yes.
And does that report accurately reflect your observations and your conclusions?
Yes.
Now, did you conduct an autopsy of the decedent by the name of Amie Harwick with coroner case number 2020-01406?
Yes.
When was that autopsy conducted?
So it was on 17 February 2020.
Was that at 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Were photos taken of the decedent by a coroner investigator prior to you conducting your postmortem examination?
So they were taken by the autopsy technician prior to my examination.
Did you look at those photos prior to autopsy?
I honestly don't remember if I did for this case.
And in accordance with your testimony in regards to the process that you undertake in conducting a postmortem examination, did you do an external examination?
Yes.
Did you do an internal examination?
Yes, I did.
And those observations were documented in that report?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 30. Is this a decedent in which you conducted a postmortem examination?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit about some processes that you undergo when doing an examination. Is there blood collected from the decedent?
Yes.
And what types?
So we collect central, usually blood from the heart, and we collect peripheral, usually blood from the femoral artery or femoral vein in the legs. Also, we collect a third tube of blood for identification purposes, in case we have to do DNA testing to identify the individual.
And was such done in this instance?
Yes.
Do you also submit the blood that you collect for toxicology purposes?
Yes.
And in this instance, did you request a toxicology be done on the decedent's blood?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing did you order?
So we ordered the panel, it's called homicide panel, which basically tests for drugs of abuse.
And when we're talking about drugs of abuse, are you talking about controlled type substances?
Yes, in fact, that's a better term to use.
And is this homicide screening that you speak of commonly known as an H screen?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether this H screen looks for nicotine within the blood?
It does not.
Now, again, before we get into the actual postmortem examination, were there x-rays taken of this particular decedent's body?
Yes.
Were you able to examine those x-rays?
Yes.
Did you also take a look at the decedent's medical records from Cedars-Sinai?
I don't remember if I had access to the records at the time of the autopsy.
But since then, have you had an opportunity to examine those records?
Yes.
based on your review of the decedent's medical records from Cedars-Sinai, do you believe that appropriate life-saving measures were taken?
Yes, and based on what I documented at autopsy, yes.
Now, she arrived at Cedars-Sinai at around 2:13 a.m. and was pronounced dead at 3:26 a.m., so about an hour and 15 minutes after her arrival into the hospital. Now, do you believe, based on your review of the medical records and in your experience, that earlier admission into the hospital would have prevented her death?
Well, it's possible. I don't think it's probable.
And why don't you think it's probable?
The injuries sustained, particularly in her liver, were very severe. I trained in the military, and we get questions. If this person was injured right outside an OR, could we have gotten them? Saved them in time? And this is one of those questions where, if she was right outside the OR, I don't know. I have my doubts that she would have been able to be resuscitated.
Is this due to the severity of the injuries that you observed post-mortem?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about, again, the post-mortem examination itself. What was her height and weight that you observed upon receipt?
So she's 67 inches, that's 5 foot 7 inches, and 130 pounds.
Was there medical intervention that was apparent on her body?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm holding a diagram, a order diagram, and that be marked as people's next order.
113.
Did you document the evidence of medical intervention that you saw on the decedent's body?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's 113. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, this is the external examination diagram that I did.
In this external examination diagram, and you're the author of this document?
Yes, I am.
In this external examination diagram, do you document all of the injuries that you observed externally on the decedent's body?
That's a second page that looks exactly like this. It's the same diagram, but to keep things clean so people can follow along, I do the injuries on a separate form, and this is the general characteristics and the medical therapy that she had.
So to be clear, this particular exhibit, People's 113, documents the general observations as well as the medical intervention that you saw.
Yes.
Now, you referred in your testimony that there is a separate diagram that you use to keep things cleaner.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are holding a similar diagram with the title Wounds at the top. May that be marked as People's 114?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 114. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Again, are you the author of this document?
Yes, I am.
And explain the difference between People's 113 and People's 114, which I've just displayed for you on the screen.
So this one, as it says at the top of the diagram, it says wounds. So these are the wounds that I saw on the external examination, and they're specifically for the torso and the extremities. You can see I have squares drawn around the head and both hands because I have different diagrams for those areas.
Now I want to talk to you about any observations that you had made to the face area. Did you make any sort of observations regarding injuries to her face?
Yes, she had injuries of her face.
Could you please describe the injuries that you saw on her face?
Before I do, Your Honor, is it okay if I refer to my notes?
Certainly. Just let us know when you need to.
So she had a cluster of abrasions over her left forehead, and a cluster of abrasions in front of her right ear, an abrasion on her right cheek, contusion on her right cheek, an abrasion along the lower right jaw, an abrasion of her nose, 2 linear abrasions, so just there like lines, scrapes of lines, on her left cheek, as well as an irregular abrasion. Behind her left ear, she had a cluster of abrasions and contusions. And do we want to talk about her neck, or are we just going to talk about her face?
Just her face.
Okay, so those are the injuries that I saw on her face.
Did you observe any injuries around her eye area specifically?
Well, injury, no. But what she did have was what we call petechiae. So these are small, broken blood vessels in the skin that we can see. And when we see that, we get it's a clue that there may have been some form of asphyxiation, some form of strangulation going on. And so when we do that, that directs me that I'm going to do a specific examination on her neck when we do the internal examination.
So your external examination revealed these petechial hemorrhages in the victim's eyes.
Yes, and if just to clarify why these are associated with strangulation is because pressure is applied usually to the neck in an area that collapses the jugular veins, but blood still goes into the head through the carotid arteries. And so, but it doesn't go through the jugular veins to return to the heart. So blood just builds up in those blood vessels, and those blood vessels will break, and we see them as these small little petechiae, little pinpoint hemorrhages in her skin.
So just to be clear, petechial hemorrhaging is consistent with strangulation.
It's a clue to strangulation. There are other things that can cause it, but it's a clue, and that means, again, we needed to take a closer look in the internal examination on her, particularly her neck.
Now I want to talk to you about the internal injuries that you observed to the face area of the decedent. What sort of injuries did you notice in the internal examination of the decedent's face?
So let's, just to be clear, when I say face, I'm basically talking between the eyes and the chin. So I did not see facial injuries because we don't remove the skin of the face when we do the autopsy. We do look at the skin, we do reflect the skin of the scalp, and I did see some hemorrhage, what we call subgaleal hemorrhage, on the right parietal scalp. So if you take your hand and if you put your hand on the side of your head, that's your parietal scalp. And there was a large hemorrhage, about 15 by 15 centimeters on that side of the head.
Now before we get specifically more into the head injury that you just described, I know earlier that you talked about there being x-rays that were taken of the decedent.
Yes.
Based on your examination of the x-rays, were there any sort of fractures or anything like that to the face area of the decedent?
In our x-rays at the coroner's office, I did not see facial fractures. However, x-rays that were obtained prior, I think in the hospital, demonstrate facial fractures.
And what kind of fractures did you notice?
So like I said, facial fractures. So basically the maxilla, the sinuses, if you take your fingers and you put underneath your eyes, your cheekbones, there are fractures there.
Was there a nasal fracture?
I don't remember.
With looking at those
Yes,
x-rays, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission?
Yes.
So yes, there were.
Now, taking into account these nasal injuries, the nasal fracture in particular, would you say that those injuries are consistent with being punched in the face?
I'm going to object to that as calling for speculation.
It's the stain. I mean, you could. One question is what may have caused it. What things could cause it on force trauma? I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be able to answer. How are you going to phrase the question?
Hence the question: is it consistent with that type of?
I don't know about punch, but what could cause those type of injuries to the face?
A punch is among the things that could cause those injuries. Sir.
Among the things.
Among other things, falling on your face could potentially cause those.
Thank you. Sure.
Would you expect to see a nasal fracture after being struck in the face?
I would not be surprised. You don't necessarily have to have a nasal fracture, but if you have one, after I was told the person was struck in the face, I would not be surprised.
Would bleeding from the nose be consistent with being struck in the face?
Yes.
If the decedent were to fall face first onto the pavement from 21 feet, would you expect to see a different pattern of injuries to the face?
Well, I would expect to see a wider pattern of injuries. So these injuries to her face are rather focal. So they cover small areas of her head, her cheeks, her jawline. They're very focal. But if she were to fall and smack her face on the pavement, I would expect some wider injuries covering wider areas over her face. And that's why I talk about that subgaleal hemorrhage over the parietal scalp, because that was so large. That's consistent. That covers a large area of her scalp. And so that's consistent with her head striking the pavement.
Now you've talked about an injury to her head, so let's segue to the observations you made of the decedent's head. Let's talk about the external injuries that you observed to the head first. What external injuries did you observe?
So again, there was a cluster of abrasions to her forehead, and then the other ones were those facial injuries that we discussed already.
Now, you've referenced one of the internal injuries, and that is the kind of wide subgaleal hemorrhage?
Yes.
You got it. So the subgaleal hemorrhage to the scalp. And you were using your right hand to point to the right sort of rear portion of your head. Is that the correct area?
I'd say the right middle portion of your head.
Okay.
It would be correct with the parietal scalp.
And let the record reflect that the witness has touched the right middle side of the top of his right portion of his head. Were there other types of injuries that you saw internally in regards to the decedent's head?
So she actually did not have, that I saw, skull fractures of the calvarium or the bowl of the skull or the base of the skull. She did have subdural hemorrhage. So that's hemorrhage over the brain and the dura membrane. And that's a membrane that covers the brain, kind of protecting it from in its cavity. And there was hemorrhage there, and there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's another membrane that covers the brain, and so there was hemorrhage in that as well.
Now, are the injuries you observed to the head what you would describe as injuries, blunt force injuries?
Yes.
Would you say that those injuries observed to the head, internal injuries, are consistent with a fall?
They can be, yes.
Do you believe that those injuries are consistent with being struck in the head?
They could be as well.
Now, based on the totality of the victim's injuries that you observed throughout your entire postmortem examination, does it appear more likely that those head injuries are consistent with a fall rather than that of being struck?
The ones to her face, I think, are more consistent with her being struck. That injury to the side of her scalp, I think, is more consistent with the fall.
And is that because of the wide pattern of injuries that you described?
Yes.
Could the injuries to her head have caused the decedent to seize immediately after falling?
Yes.
Now, you had already stated you did not observe any skull fractures to the decedent's head. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if the decedent were to fall from 21 feet head first, would you expect her head to absorb most of the impact?
If head first, yes.
Now, I understand. Well, let me ask you this. Are the head injuries that you observed internally lethal?
Lethal? They
Yes.
can be, yes.
Now, if the decedent were to fall from 21 feet head first onto the pavement, would you expect to see skull fractures?
I would, yes, I would expect to see skull fractures. I would be surprised if there weren't.
Now, I want to turn your attention to the torso area of the victim. Did you observe external injuries to the torso area of the decedent?
Yes.
And what were those injuries that you observed externally?
So she has a cluster of, so we're going to talk about the torso specifically. Right?
Correct.
A cluster of abrasions and contusions on her right chest, a smaller abrasion on the mid-right chest, a large contusion, well, a 4 by 2 centimeter contusion on the lower right chest, an abrasion on the proximal right thigh, so the closer right thigh hip area, where you bend your thigh, that's about the area she had an abrasion at. She had some abrasions on her left chest and a circular pattern abrasion.
The witness appears to be reading from his...
Yes, you're right.
All right. Okay. Just advise the court you need to refer to your report. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And a circular pattern abrasion on her abdomen, left side of her abdomen.
Now, are those injuries that you notice externally documented in People's 114 on the street?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn your attention to the internal injuries of the torso. What were those injuries?
So she had blood in her abdomen. I want to point out she also had blood in her chest, but there were no injuries in her chest. I think that blood that I saw in her chest was therapy related. She had what they call a chest tube inserted in the right side of her chest. Because they didn't know what was going on, so they tried to relieve any kind of.
We object to this last part as non-responsive.
Okay, the last part will be stricken. But you think that they are related to medical treatment?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
And then she had pelvic fractures as well, and multiple lacerations of her liver, lacerations of the mesentery. So those are the blood vessels that feed your intestines, and a laceration of her right kidney as well.
Now, would you call those injuries that you just talked about in regards to the internal injuries of the decedent's torso to be lethal?
Yes.
Referring you specifically to the lacerations of the liver, was that caused by the extent of the impact to the decedent's body?
From the fall?
From a fall?
From a fall. Yes, most likely.
And in order for that type of injury to occur, would there have to be an immense amount of impact?
Yes, a large amount of energy.
Are the injuries that you observed to the torso consistent with that from a fall?
Yes.
Are the injuries to the torso consistent with that of being struck?
Not particularly the liver and the pelvic injuries are not. And the laceration of the kidney are not consistent with being struck.
Why is that?
First off, the liver would take to have that kind of injury, so multiple lacerations, breaking what is a capsule around the liver, and to shatter that would take an immense amount of force. I would only expect to see something like that in a motor vehicle accident, in a motor vehicle collision. The pelvic injury she had, again, would take a lot of force as well. And again, I would only expect to see that other than a fall in a motor vehicle collision. And again, the the laceration of the right kidney is similarly, it's kind of protected. The kidney is kind of protected behind your back and away from your intestines. So again, a lot of energy would have to have been applied to that. You can see most of the injuries, there's no injuries on her back, but like I said, the kidney is near the back. And so for a blow to from a fist or an object to her abdomen would not cause injury to, or would not expect that to cause injury to her kidney.
So in your opinion, the severity of injuries to the torso are more consistent with that of a fall than that of being struck?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about the pelvis in particular. You were able to examine some x-rays, is that correct?
Yes.
Now the extent of the injury to her pelvis, both on the right and left of the pelvis, is consistent with the decedent falling onto her pelvis, is that correct?
Yes.
Now I wanted to talk to you about the injuries the decedent suffered to her scapula. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. What is that?
So the scapula is your shoulder blade. And so I did not see it on the x-rays we have. It's, for me, I'm not a radiologist. Seeing scapular fractures are not easy for me to find. However, the prior x-rays did see, imaging studies did see the fracture of the spine.
Overall, he's very experienced and he relies on reports. You said to the spine?
Spine of her scapula. So there's a ridge on that bone, and that was fractured.
Now, in order for that injury to occur, does there need to be, again, an immense amount of force applied?
Yes.
Is that type of injury that you observed to the scapula consistent with that of being struck?
I would be hard to imagine being struck with fists, maybe with a baseball bat or a pipe, but I would have a hard time seeing that happen with fists.
So is that injury that you observed to the scapula, that fracture, consistent with a fall?
Yes.
Is that injury that you observed to the decedent's scapula more consistent with the decedent falling on the right side of her body onto the pavement?
I don't think we said what side it was. It was her right scapula, so yes, that is the side.
Now I want to talk to you about her neck area. Were there external injuries you observed on her neck area?
Yes, there were.
And what were those injuries?
So she had, sir, I'm going to refer to my notes before I answer.
Your Honor, is that okay?
Yes.
So, cluster of abrasions on the right side of her neck. She had some abrasions on the left side of her neck. So if you were to follow that sternocleidomastoid muscle, she had a cluster of abrasions above that muscle, and then below that muscle was a cluster of contusions there.
At this time, Your Honor, the people are holding a diagram. May that be marked as people's next in order of the head?
I think you're at 115.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's 115. Does this diagram, a diagram that was authored by you?
Yes.
And does this document the external head and neck injuries that you've been referring to?
Yes.
Now you talk about some external injuries to the neck. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as people's 31, 32, 44, and 45. I'll do it a little quickly here. I'm showing you people's 31. (32), 44, and 45.
Yes.
Do those accurately document the external injuries you observed to the victim's neck?
Yes.
Now, did you also conduct an internal examination of the decedent's neck?
Yes.
Did you observe any internal injuries to her neck?
Yes. So, as I was saying, because of a petechiae, we did what we call anterior neck dissection. And we take all the muscles. We have about 6 muscles on each, 4 muscles on each side of the neck. And we reflect all those muscles and look for injury. So I found a hemorrhage in the right sternocleidomastoid muscle and hemorrhage in her left sternohyoid muscle.
Your Honor, at this time I'm holding 2 photos, post-mortem examination photos of the decedent's neck area. May that be marked as people's 116A and B?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's 116A. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
So this is a picture of her neck taken from the left side after we've done that muscle reflection.
And is the only way to observe the injuries that you just described to the jury by conducting an actual post-mortem examination looking inside the neck area of the decedent?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
You described the internal injuries that you observed in the decedent.
Yes.
Are you only able to see those injuries if you cut open the body and see it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's 116, and you could use, there's a wooden pointer behind you. The internal injuries, could you point out the internal injuries you observed to the decedent?
So you can, that's not, there is hemorrhage here and there is hemorrhage here. However, that hemorrhage is what we call fascial hemorrhage. It's not in the muscle itself. So I had to disregard that because that can just be artifact of medical intervention. Perhaps they put a needle or tried to put an IV in that area. But there's hemorrhage right here in her sternohyoid muscle, this muscle right here. And there's hemorrhage right here. And that's the injury that I saw on the left side of her neck.
That's close to the jaw area, is it not?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's 116B. Is this the right side neck area of the decedent?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the internal injuries you observed here?
Again, this hemorrhage is this fascial hemorrhage. It's not within any muscle. It could be artifact. But here's her sternocleidomastoid muscle. Again, it's a big flap of a muscle. And you can see the hemorrhage, a lot of hemorrhage within that muscle.
Now, based on your observation of these internal injuries and the external injuries to the neck area of the decedent, would you say that these injuries are consistent with manual strangulation?
Yes.
Now, are these injuries consistent with strangulation by one or both hands?
I can't tell you. There's no pattern for me to determine which hand was grabbing there. Sometimes the fingernails may grip into the skin and leave a pattern, but I didn't see anything with these neck injuries.
Now, earlier you talked about how petechial hemorrhages are a clue to strangulation.
Yes.
Now, taking into account that you observed petechial hemorrhages on the decedent and observed these external and internal injuries, which we testified about, are you able to come to the opinion that the decedent was strangled?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, I want to ask you some general questions about strangulation. Could strangulation cause the decedent to lose control of her bowel movements?
If she lost conscience, I would suspect that she could lose control of her bowel and bladder.
So could strangulation of the decedent, if she lost consciousness, cause her to also urinate?
Yes.
Now, given enough pressure to the trachea, would strangulation prevent a victim from yelling or screaming?
It would take a lot of pressure to prevent on the trachea, so that's your windpipe. It would take a lot of pressure, about 33 pounds of pressure. I realize that's technical talk, but it's a lot of pressure to actually close off the trachea entirely. But it would compromise it in a way that would make it difficult to yell.
So it would make it difficult to yell or scream?
Right, but not impossible.
How long would it take someone to lose consciousness as a result of being strangled?
So it's about 15 to 20 seconds.
Now, if the decedent was physically assaulted, struck in the head repeatedly, strangled for up to 15 to 20 seconds, is it likely that the decedent was unconscious after being strangled?
I think it's very possible.
Even if the decedent was not strangled to the point of unconsciousness, would you anticipate her physical condition to be in such a weakened state if she were first physically assaulted and then strangled?
Well, she's in a...
Would you be speculating in your answer, sir?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay, sustain.
Would you expect the decedent to expend a lot of energy if she had been strangled?
Yes.
That is vague.
What do you understand that question to be posing, sir? Exert a lot of energy.
Would she be fatigued, is how I'm
But that's
interpreting
the way you meant it?
Yes.
Okay.
I could ask that question as well. Do you want me to make it clear?
Are you saying, what did you ask the question again?
Sure. Would you expect the decedent to be fatigued after being strangled?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about the shoulders. Are there injuries that you observed to the shoulders?
Yes.
And what were those injuries that you observed to the shoulders?
So I'm going to look at my notes before I...
All right.
So she had an abrasion on her anterior right shoulder, but more interestingly to me, it was a patterned contusion on the front of her right shoulder, and then she had a patterned contusion on the back of her right shoulder. So the one on the front shoulder was oval shaped, but had clearing in the center of that oval. The one on the back of the shoulder was circular shaped, but had clearing again in the back of the shoulder. So this is on the right shoulder again. So my thoughts is that this is some kind of grasping motion where finger and thumb are pressing on the shoulders. What that does is cause the blood right under the skin where the thumb and finger are being applied rushes out, and it breaks the blood vessels surrounding where that impression is. So that's why you have that clearing in the center, but blood around it.
Now, I want to talk to you about her hands. Did you observe any injuries to the decedent's hands?
Yes.
And what were those injuries that you observed?
Again, sir, I need to review a lot of it. There were a lot of injuries to her hands.
All right.
So she had a lot of contusions on her fingers, on her knuckles. So they're all contusions. Well, there is some abrasions on her knuckles, but she also had abrasions on the back and the sides of her hands, both hands.
Now I want to show you some photos. What's been previously marked as people's 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51, and I'll go through them quickly. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and I'd like to mark another photo, Your Honor, as people's next in order,
17.
Showing you what's been marked as people's 117. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this was taken by the autopsy tech prior to the autopsy.
And does this also document the injury that you observed to the decedent's hand?
Yes, and just to point out, if you look at all the knuckles, her middle finger, ring finger, and little finger all have bruises on on the knuckles, so what we call the proximal interphalangeal joint, but the closer knuckle.
Showing you the 6 photos of the hands that I just showed you, does that accurately document the injuries that you observed in the decedent's hands?
Yes.
Are those injuries that you observed consistent with assaultive type wounds?
They can be. Those that are on the knuckles, if you imagine throwing a punch, and the first thing that's going to hit the object you're punching are your knuckles. So those contusions on the knuckles would be an assaultive type of injury.
Are those injuries you observed to the decedent's hands consistent with defensive types of injuries?
So the ones on the backs of her hands and the sides of her hands are more consistent with her trying to block any blows that were coming her way.
And would you?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And I would like to add that you can see that in the external diagram on the torso, but she had injuries farther up her forearms and on her arms too, also consistent with blocking those blows.
Your Honor, I have another diagram that have been marked as equals 118.
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as people's 118, is this a document that's authored by you?
Yes.
And again, do these document the injuries that you observed to the decedent's hands?
Yes.
Now, you talked about these injuries or being consistent with someone holding up their hands. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you would expect to see these injuries if someone was attempting to defend themselves?
Yes.
Now, if the decedent were to brace herself from a fall from 21 feet hitting the pavement by holding out her hands, would you expect to see a different pattern of injuries than the ones you've notated?
Well, if she's assuming that she's landing on her palms, I would expect some kind of injury to the palms. Now, the palms take a lot of pressure to cause injury, but I would suspect that a fall from a height would be adequate to cause injuries to the palms.
Did you see any injuries to the palms?
I did not.
Were there any fractures to her hands?
There were no fractures to her hands or forearms or arms.
Now, did you observe injuries to the decedent's legs?
Yes, she had similar abrasions and contusions on her extremities, lower extremities.
Now, if the decedent were to fall from a height of 21 feet and land feet first, would you expect to see a different pattern of injuries than what you observed from the decedent?
Yes, and as I was studying for this case, there was a classic picture in one of my textbooks of an individual who falls onto their feet and causes lacerations, so breaks in the skin of the soles of the feet, and then the lower extremity bones, the tibia and the fibula, are driven through the feet through those injuries on the feet. I did not see that in this case.
Now, based upon your examination of the decedent, are you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
What is the basis of your conclusion?
All those injuries we've been discussing throughout the whole testimony.
And what is her cause of death?
So blunt force injuries of the head and torso.
And what is her manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination. Who's cross-examining?
I am.
We'll start tomorrow at 9:30.
Your Honor, may we approach about scheduling with the witness?
Sure.